The time is 5:20 on April 17th, and I hereby call this meeting of the Flint Council's Finance Committee to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. L. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Is there a request for changes and additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'm going to move the executive session to after council response without objection. It's now time for the public for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council on any subject. Only one speaking opportunity per speaker. There is a timer. You can see it. 3 minutes, you get cut off. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Once again, my name is Howard L. Mitchell. I live in the 3rd Ward, 759 East Linden Avenue, and my councilman just walked in, Murphy, the one who got bribed by a lawnmower, $11,000 lawnmower. But anyway, to America and to the mayor in New York, as you see this city of ours run by unprecedented people trying to make us look like you, and like in Buffalo, New York. Like the other day, I was on my way to get me a meal downtown. In the act of God messed with me and made me leave my wallet at the house before I got on the bus. But I was going to get on anyway, but it's against the law. You can go to jail and get locked up for 3 weeks in Flint but not having your wallet. So I ran back down, and on the way back, the bus, everybody running from downtown talking about you got to go by Whittier School to get on the bus. But they didn't tell me what's happening. They dropped me over my junior high school, but in the way back, I'm trying to say I ran into the 7th Ward council lady, Miss Mashat, at the farmer's market. And she grinning like nothing ever happened. They said, sir, don't you know we got about 3 or 4 people got shot and that, and Mashat grinning, and one of them must let me give me you see what I'm talking about, the fire peoples talking about doing, a retired fire chief in Flint, talking about he using his vehicles to take people to the ambulance. And he never did that before. And they're using our HOPWA money, and we up. And the police, and the beat goes on in Flint, America. But we gonna get this situation fixed tonight, because, and another thing, in the 5th Ward, she saw me what's going on. She told me, stay put. I'm gonna get you back to your house, sir. And her name is, there she is right there, can't call people's name right. And God, just a few minutes ago, something happened again. I guess y'all hoping the lightning, God strike people down. The funny kind of rain out there. The women, they act like they concerned, but they dropped me off at the soup kitchen. But I got on the bus stop in a big puddle of water. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, you're going to get dealt with, Dr. Lewis, trying to box with them Irish dudes, the white boy and the white boy brother told me, you better not touch my brother. But you were trying to break a foot off in his ass. The big black woman put up, who you think? Good evening, America.
How y'all doing today? Good evening, everybody. Damn, the 9th Ward councilwoman ain't here. But anyway, this is city of Flint business. And every one of y'all vote, it affects everybody in the city of Flint. It don't just affect the people in your ward, whether they voted for you or they didn't, whether they are a registered voter or they not, whether they vote or they don't. the citizens of Flint is coming upon an election in the 9th Ward, and we're confused as hell. There's terrible communication. And I'm asking, since the county clerk, the best they can do is put up a website that you can go to and receive some voter information. Can the city of Flint put out some cards exactly like they put out those voter registration cards that they've been sending to people that have everybody confused, especially those in the 9th Ward, also in the 1st Ward and the 7th Ward, because those eligible voters need to know that they are eligible to vote. And also that there is an election, because a website people ain't going to, podcasts everybody ain't watching, the news everybody ain't paying attention to. So another way of communication would be the same way that you got all of those voter registration cards out to them is through the mail. And since they received 2 voter registration cards, they should receive 2 letters letting them know that there's going to be an election and they can also do the election. So some kind of communication between the city, the state, and the county and the residents needs to be fixed, because you got people going out here getting signatures. They don't know if they're getting good signatures or bad signatures. You got maps that say this house qualify, but if you have a list of the voters, actual voters, you may go to that door and find out that then one of the people that is registered at that house lives there. You have people that think they are registered because they registered to the state of Michigan, but they are not on the city of Flint's voter registration roll. It's a lot of confusion. And since the 9th Ward councilwoman is not here, and there's a council in her seat that she's vacating, she don't even want to fight for it. Will somebody please do something? Thank you.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing up here? I need some answers today. I've been at my residence since '94. I'm on Brownell Street. I got a motorcycle girl, and I done spoke with Miss Lewis, and I done took her pictures and showed her pictures. This been going on for the last 2 years. In my whole neighborhood, everybody that's in the neighborhood is scared. The kids can't even come outside and play. We got these guys riding motorcycles up and down the sidewalk. The police done been out there multiple times. I done spoke to the landlord. I done spoke to Section 8. I done talked to everybody there is to talk to about this lady. This been going on for the last 2 years. My house is like a prisoner. I got bricks all around my house to keep these people off my property. I done took Ms. Lewis pictures and showed her pictures of this situation. So this is something that's not made up. And the police have been out here like more than 12 times. And the other neighbor stayed on the other side of me. He stayed there like as long as I have, but it was so bad, he had to move. I got a 70-year-old neighbor. She got to turn her ceiling fan up and turn her ceiling fan up to turn her TV up just to go to sleep. I need answers. This I don't understand. This lady done been to court. The police done been out like 12 times. I'm doing everything there is possible. It's been 15 years ago. I got shot 9 times. I'm in fear for my life. I'm waiting on the police right now. I done called and made a police complaint. I got trespassing signs. She had her game over there the other day. They takes my brick where it said no trespassing and start making seats out of them. That goes on the other side of my property where it said no trespassing. They all loaded up over there. So I just need some answers. I need some help with this situation. My life is in danger. I done spoke to the police multiple times. I'm not gonna let these people hurt me. And I done showed this lady proof pictures. So this is not nothing fabricated, that's made up. I got a doorbell camera. So I don't know, I need some answers. I'm fearing for my life.
Good evening, Arthur Woodson. Hey, not in this meeting, but in governmental ops, you are gonna have to vote on ACO. ACO is Administrative Consent Order, and is resolving that the city approves, authorizing the city of Flint, that the state of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy, Drinking Water, and Environmental Health Division has made allegations that the city of Flint is in violation of the Michigan State Safe Drinking Water Drinking Act. Leon, you and I, we were the first to participate in changing service lines here in the city of Flint. Quincy, you and I participated in going down to recall Governor Snyder. Councilwoman Carter, you done been on here since Gleewood. Y'all know how important it is for the city, the residents, to be a part of making decisions for ourselves also. They won't even put the ACO out so that we can be able to come up here and go along with you all to say, hey, you know what? This should be included in this violation, or this should be done, that should be done. What is it that's wrong? What did the city violate? They won't even put it out. Do y'all have it? Are y'all just gonna vote and say they violated? You know, you have the mayor want to be in the news now talking about, oh, we should be getting money real soon. Well, where were you at when it started, Mayor Neely? You said that this is the floor, not the ceiling. We're not getting anything. A lot of people has been turned down. Then he's saying it'll be at the end of the year. He don't even know that the first claim auditors, which was Archer LLC, got fired because they couldn't even do it. Then they had to start all over again. Don't come out here with these false pretense or these false statements, not knowing for sure, just repeating something when you have not been following. If they wouldn't have voted and went to court, we would probably be getting more than $650 million. Then you turn around and hire Rowe, who they settled for $2 million, but we done gave them a contract and paid them more than $2 million. So really, they ain't got away with our money. We done paid our own settlement. When are we gonna end up doing what's right? Nowhere on here have we been talking about water. We've been arguing with each other, going back and forth because of Candace and Councilwoman Lewis. We haven't been even talking about real stuff. I've been coming up here talking about the ACO. I've been asking about the ACO. No one has spoke about the ACO. Now that the ACO is here, where is it? Can we see it? Can we know what's going on so that we can come up here and have an analytical debate about what's going on, how this city has failed the residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
My name is Gladys Williamson. I live over on the 9th Ward. I actually don't want to talk to yous. I want to talk to yous because I want you to know
Ma'am, you are to
that for
address
us
council.
to come here
Ma'am.
every time they hold a meeting, they
Ma'am.
don't care about us.
Point of order.
They don't care about
What's your
us.
point?
They only care that you don't know
Point of
that
or-
they
point of
are a
order.
Mrs.
corporation.
Williamson,
This
you
is
are to
not a
address the
city.
council.
This is a corporation.
Mrs.
Yous are a
Williamson.
corporation.
Ms. Williamson, please address the council.
Okay, yous don't care nothing about us, and for us to come up here all the time and try and get our breath out to tell you what's wrong in our wards ain't worth spit. Yous don't care about us. You hear this man getting up here and saying that he ain't safe in his house and he's been shot all them times? Miss Lewis, could you look up for a minute? Have some respect for the people that are up here talking for their little bit of 3 minutes. Yeah, you go ahead and you shrug your lips, because that's pretty much how we feel about you. And when we get a chance, you're going to be out of them seats. All of you. You're going to be out of these seats, because you know what? Because you don't care. And you don't tell these people that the East Side is not going to be a part of the Flint Master Plan. The First Ward is going to be a park. You don't tell these people this stuff. You go dancing around them and act like you care about these people, and you don't care nothing about these people. You put Miss Burns out because she has the receipts for these checks that you took money for? Yeah. So that you could vote this money. You are not accountable, never, about how much money you spend. You go in your little dark corners, shut the door, and pass and decide what you're going to spend, and then you come out here and you just go through the motions with us. That's all you do. That's all you do. You're good for not too much. Not too much. You're not good for nothing. And you, Judy Priestley, you are the most worthless person sitting up there.
Good evening. Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward, Council Candidate. I'm in agreement with, thank you, Ms. Williamson, that it is abhorrent that the council members present do not pay attention to the public speakers. I watched the council persons of the 2nd and 3rd Wards converse when the 1st and 2nd speakers were speaking to them. That is rude, is disrespectful to everyone in the city. You're either reading your agenda for the evening or you're watching Facebook or whatever it is you're doing instead of paying attention to the public, and it's reprehensible. Now, moving on. I request that a resolution be put forth and passed requiring a link be added to the city's online ARPA portal. The purpose of the link is to provide viewers with details per category as to the names of organizations and businesses awarded ARPA dollars, the contact person or manager in charge, the date awarded, amount awarded, and intended use of dollars. Furthermore, quarterly or at least biannual reports should be provided to council and the city to allow officials and the public to know how these taxpayer dollars are being used. Additional information should be requested of recipients and reviewed as necessary by this council to help evaluate use. This information may be considered should future opportunities arise where taxpayer dollars may be awarded to the same applicants. Next, in consideration of the use of taxpayer dollars to pay for an upcoming travel and expenses related to an environmental conference in Iowa to be attended by Councilwoman Mashat, interim Councilwoman Mashat, forgive me, in order to speak on behalf of her non-City of Flint water lab business and for her companion, Councilwoman Lewis, whose purpose is unknown, I ask that a resolution be put forth and passed preventing any and all council persons from using taxpayer dollars for purposes unrelated to or representative of any City of Flint or Council City business. As it relates to the Iowa trip, as a taxpayer, I request that the City of Flint receive reimbursement from both council persons as related to all money spent from taxpayer dollars within 7 days of their return. In conclusion, I recommend and request that council persons Mushat and Lewis be censured for having defiled the public trust by requesting, accepting, and using taxpayer dollars for an all-expense-paid trip to Iowa to participate in or attend a conference having nothing to do with the City of Flint and or its council business. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Sherry Smith, and I'm here on behalf of St. Mary's Mission Church. They are having prayer service May the 7th for the city of Flint. For anybody that wants to come out and get prayer, get healed, all of us need it. That's what I'm here on behalf of St. Mary's Missionary Church. Please, everybody, and if this is your ward, please come out, please, and show your face. Let these people know that you know all of us need healed. All of us need prayer. Thank you.
My name is Dave Peachy, the 4th Ward. I just went over this. Over $1 million being spent on places like Sylvester Bloom, Burston Fieldhouse, Hasselberg, all these places, which I'm not against. But when I live in a neighborhood that is so filthy, excuse me, it's just unbelievable what's going on over there on the east side. I'm not talking 4th Ward, there's 2 4th Wards. There's the east side and there's your ward, where you live. We can't get anything cleaned up, nothing. We got these guys driving around in these brand new city trucks that says neighborhood safety, neighborhood improvement. I want to know where the improvement is. When I was growing up over there, if you parked on a sidewalk, you got a ticket. If you didn't cut your grass, they'd come and cut it, keep the neighborhoods up. Now there's cars being stripped right in the front yards. People are parked, it doesn't matter. They just do anything they want, and there's no repercussion. And I've got with you, Priestley, I don't know how many times. And nothing. And I'm not going against any council person. I'm just telling you what's going on, and something has to be done. The summer's coming up, the crime's already starting up. These people driving around with no license plates on their cars. They got windows so dark you couldn't see in if you had a searchlight. I don't blame police for not. Of course, I don't see too many police over there anyway. They don't have to worry about it. But I see a state cop once in a while, and you can stop and talk to them, but they can't do nothing. But it's just a shame that American citizens, and we got a lot of retirees that live over there to keep their places up, have to live in an environment where they can't come out after dark or they can't walk on the sidewalks because they're in such bad shape. They're dumping tires all over the place. How many fires has there been in the last month burning everything down? They strip them, you can watch them strip a house, then after they strip it, they burn them, then they salvage whatever's left. Yeah, well, I've told them. I've told Land Bank about it. Nothing's being done, nothing being done. They don't pick up tires, they don't do nothing. And you know it too, and I'm not lying or making it up. You haven't done nothing over there. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address council?
Too bad that they really don't care. No, we waste our breath. That's good. I do too when I
Hi, yes, good evening, council. My name is John McFadden. I'm from the second council.
Can you speak up a little bit? Yeah, lift it up. Yeah.
Yes,
You're a little
can you hear me
tall.
now? I'm sorry. Yes, I'm from the second ward, and I'm here to speak on a lot of the issues that's happening in here on this city, and I like to take blame for it as being people like my fault for not coming in here, taking time out by schedule to see what's really going on in this city. And the council, not only you council, but prior councils, have never done what the people of this city wanted them to do. They get up here and do what they want to do, not what the people. And us as people is getting tired of you guys doing what you want to do. And I'm so glad that you got this TV up here down, so the people at home can see what you guys are doing and what needs to be done. And hopefully we'll get more people like me to come up here to address you guys about the problems that we have in this city. Because apparently you guys must don't live in this city. You guys don't see what's really going on. And you guys think y'all fighting among each other. What do you think happening out there? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good afternoon, Council. Kermit, 5th Ward. I just have one question. When can we get an update on the water settlement? Because it's been 10 years. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elandris Terry. I'm from the First Ward. And I just want to let y'all know, to sit out here and to look up here, and y'all supposed to be people in high position, but y'all can sit and talk among one another and not look at the people when they are talking to you. And they're trying to make the people feel low, but you never can make me feel low. And I pray that none of the rest of y'all feel low, because y'all are better than that. That when they come in here and sit and try to look down on somebody, they're in a bad place. You're in a bad place, a bad position. It's what you're in. When you're not paying attention to what you're doing, like my lady right there in this pink. But I come tonight to tear down the stronghold. That's right. I'm tearing it down tonight. Baby, you gotta go. In the name of Jesus. Your attitude ain't for God. It's not for the people of the city of Flint. And you lead the others up here, they follow you. But baby, just like God kicked Satan out of heaven, your ass finna be kicked out of Flint. In the name of Jesus. He said, whatever I bind down here on earth, that he will bind it in heaven. I bind your ass tonight in Jesus' name.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. We don't have but what, a week for you, Eva Worthy? Candace Mashat, I'm ashamed of you to sit up and tell Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey that you show her how to be a lady. She's twice your age. Anything, you should have been showing your daddy how to treat women. And I'm gonna keep saying it. 190 counts, you owe Councilwoman Jerry apology to get up and try to tear her down for something that you and Liddell them is doing that's wrong. And Quincy Murphy, I've been out here knocking these doors down and I ain't stopping. And you can be ready for it. But I got a little gift for you. People don't tell you about these, but they call pull-ups. You need a pair for your shitty ass. You see this? They calling you shitty at work. Everywhere you go, you shitting on yourself. Y'all need to wake up and show this man. If ain't nobody told you to buy any of these, I'm gonna leave you a pack.
That is inappropriate.
That's not inappropriate. Anytime you go somewhere and you keep boo-booing on yourself, anytime you go somewhere and you keep boo-booing on yourself. Ma'am.
Sit down.
Uh-huh.
Your time is up.
No, my time is not up.
No, your time is up.
And I got something for you too. We coming after you next, and we coming after Liddell.
I said,
anytime I'm gonna leave these in the window for
up.
you, Quincy. Shitty.
Your time is up. Is there anyone else who'd like to address council?
My name is LaWanna Terry. I'm from the 1st Ward, 3rd Ward, I don't know what ward. But I'm here tonight just to say, when y'all get ready to do y'all speaking, anybody out here that helped raise me or helped raise my kids, if y'all get to pointing y'all fingers, I don't mind wearing an orange jumpsuit because that's being disrespectful and I'm not gonna take it.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address council? Seeing now, oh, sorry.
Audrey Muhammad, 2nd Ward. I don't even know where to start at. I really just don't. The only thing I can say is that I pray in my lifetime that my grandchildren, I get to see my grandchildren live with clean water, the streets fixed, the sidewalks that they don't have to jump over, or they don't have to at risk of falling, that they can ride a bike down the street without riding over into the grass. I pray that I can grow a garden free from lead in the soil and free from water to water my garden with lead in it. I pray that my grandchildren get to see a fair and honest council sitting in front of them who's going to vote for things for them to be able to live a prosperous and happy life. That they don't have to fear that when they go into a school, they got to take a bottle of water to drink it, or that the ceiling or something to fall in a building that they go into. Not talking about the schools, because the schools are handling theirs, but that they can walk into their friends' homes and don't have to worry about the ceiling falling in because stuff haven't been taken care of for the roofs in their community. I just pray that at one point in time or another that they get the benefit off of the sweat, blood, and tears that their ancestors, their forefathers did and used to be able to give that to them here in the city of Flint. It's a shame that as a citizen of the city of Flint, a citizen, that I have spent, I won't say my whole entire life, but my family has been here and I've been back and forth, because anytime I moved and left the city, I was here at least once or twice a month to check on my properties and my family. But to see what I see before me right now, that ain't happening, this ain't good. This is not good. This is not good. Flint has too many milestones and too many hills that they jumped over to make it prosperous here. We could once get it back, but we'll never get it back as long as what we have in front of us is in front of us.
That's right. Amen. They still ain't looking up. I'll wait for you to pay attention to us to speak. It's just wrong. It's wrong. You're not polite to us. My council person, well, I don't know. She likes petitions, so it could be in the front. I don't know. It's very scary to come up here because we hear about the things that this council has done to community people. It's very frightening, which is one of the first things I said when I came to council. As an 80-year-old person, I would love for the police to pick me up and bring me down. I've stayed here as late as you have sometimes. Mrs. Winfrey Carter, I so appreciate you being here tonight. I miss the first ward council person, Eric Mays. What he did for this city, not just his ward, what he did for all of us. He looked at us when we came to council meeting. He would come and sit with us. He would talk to us. We knew he cared. He wouldn't take a trip for another committee in lieu of staying here to help us. You've only been on the council for a little while and already you're peeping and showing something. I don't know. I hope that there would sometime soon be a resolution that says these partitions are gone. Amen. And Mrs. Priestley, you talk about how people don't like you. The council doesn't even like the community. How do you think we feel? It's not about you. It's not ever about the council people. It's always the community. Always the community. And we tell that you don't care about us. No resolutions to help us. It's all for you, for you, for you, for you, for you. And we deserve. We pay taxes. We pay our water bills. You make up rules that people can't even be interviewed for counsel if they haven't paid their taxes or if they haven't paid their water bill. That's BS. Everybody has a right. You passed resolutions that said first offenders should have proper housing, but you wouldn't put anything in there about child molesters. You wouldn't do that. And I did ask for that. I came and asked for that. But you, again, we take up too much of your time. Only Miss Winfrey Carter is looking at me. That's right. And the city clerk, you have got to send out a correction to all the mistakes that have been made in your office. People don't know what to do about voting. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, we need a correction. Let's see a resolution from the council that says we're going to correct
Thank you, that is your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Drew. I serve as a pastor of a church in the 6th Ward, and I just believe in the power of the people we have in our city to make change for themselves. So I'm here just to extend community support. Congratulations on your appointment, sir. I'm here to extend just community support for, I think it's the second item on the agenda, which is the Emerging Developers Program. Over the years, I've worked with a lot of different people who have hope for the city. But when it comes down to it, navigating City Hall, the building department, planning, zoning, it's a whole new world. It's a different language. And I think there's a lot of changes in place to help make it easier to navigate for the average person. But I'll just give a couple examples of how I think that program can help. I think in a lot of cases, because we don't speak those languages as our natural tongue, we get left out of opportunities to impact our neighborhood. So the intent, thank you, of that program is to help regular folks who are here in the city, who have a heart to see empty buildings, empty properties redeveloped, instead of having to wait for someone else to come in and fix it, is to equip regular people with the ability to learn that language, get some assistance, some capital, so that they can walk through getting an architect, they can walk through zoning and planning, and be able to do business, improve their neighborhoods on their own. I'm thinking right now of a guy, he's a barber. He's been renting the same spot. Good dude, he's my barber for years. He's been renting the same spot for probably 15 years. I'm more than confident, because I've seen how he runs his operation. He could buy a building. He'd be the perfect person. He's a staple in the neighborhood, but this isn't his language. I would love for you all to be able to support this initiative to help folks like him, who now I go in the shop and I see not only his kids, but his grandkids coming in the shop. That's an opportunity for him to keep making an impact in that neighborhood, and instead of paying increased rent because somebody else comes in from out of state and ups the rent where he's renting at, it gives him the opportunity to buy maybe a blighted building, beautify it, put his heart and his love into it, and maybe that's something he can pass on to his kids and his grandkids. And so it's scenarios like that, because again, I've watched his kids grow up. I'm watching these grandkids come up. This is the type of generational change that I hope that our council can get behind. I have no vested interest in this other than I see enough empty buildings around here that I like to see other people participate in the process. So I would encourage you to have an open mind, and if there's questions that maybe can be resolved, I would hope that this is something that can be passed real soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hi, I'm gonna be easy today, but I just think that Miss Winfrey Carter is on an apology before the way she was talked to at the last meeting. That was degrading and not so nice and unprofessional. I'm here to talk about the water hikes. We can't afford it. You got people already got their house on the chopping block. People struggling to keep taxes up, water bills up, and then you're gonna add more money on top of that. And then about the person that came in about the apartment complex or whatever for veterans and low income, and they from another state. We just cleared out a bunch of apartment buildings from people coming in from other states, leaving a mess and $4 million in taxes and $2 million water bills, and people getting put out these low income apartments because when you come in from another state, who can they get a hold to? Nobody is checking up on these people. By the time somebody notices it's out of control, then we just left with more abandonment. It should be offered to the people in the city. They should be able to make a couple $1 million a year, $1 million in their revenue in the city because they live here. And then as far as them using a management company, I mean, who here to check the management company? Are y'all gonna take that on? We barely getting help now. It's just so much more that can be done with these properties. People in the city need them opportunities, just like these big investors and everybody else that come in and do, because they getting ARPA funds to fund their businesses. Why can't we get ARPA funds to fund ours? And every time I'm talking about small businesses, I'm not talking about T-shirts and blue jeans. I'm talking about a building or two, a little land, a little, property. That's what keep your generational rich wealth going on. I'm wondering why we can't have that, why we're not deserving of that. Because when the city fell down, we the same people that stayed through that crisis and paid these taxes and stayed in this city and went through it when nobody else would. When people left, they left because they didn't want to go through it. Now that it's a turnaround coming up, you got people coming from all over the country wanting to buy up this city. It's not fair to us. It's just not right. Yes, we be angry. Yes, sometimes we get out of pocket. But because we live in this thing, it's just not fair. When do we get something? 10 years water crisis, no money. Then when you send all the forms, it's still no money. We only looking at about $1,000. That's not even gonna cover half of these people back due water bills or property taxes on their homes. And then when you look at your property taxes, you got Mott debt, you got this for Mott, you got this for such and such around the city. We're not benefiting. Genesee County get all the benefits that Flint get, but we're paying for everybody out of our pocket, and we are the poorest people in the county. Y'all just please, I'm just begging y'all, do something for us. Make us proud to be like, yeah, well, we don't like them, but they sure did this for us. Give us something to brag about y'all besides want to throw hate or anger towards y'all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council? Hearing none, it's now time for council response. Council members will have 2 minutes to address any public speaker, but only one response, and only when public speakers have been heard. Individual council response is limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to address the public?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you so much. And thank you to all the speakers that spoke here today. And I'm gonna do 2 things. One, I'm gonna be brief on Beverly Biggs' comments towards me and her accusations and what she heard about me, because I want people to hear this. Meeting after meeting, Beverly Biggs has came to this meeting and attacked either me or one of our colleagues. And I seen this movie before. And what the word of God say, vengeance is the Lord's. So what I'm gonna do, instead of me responding and acting, I just want people who watch Beverly Biggs to continue to watch Beverly Biggs and her demeanor as a grown woman, as someone that maybe my mother age or my auntie them age, get here and make derogatory comments about me, call my job, and try to get me fired and all the other accusations she has made. I'm gonna put you in God's hand, because God said vengeance is the Lord's. And we'll be doing a project down the street from your house. If you ever decide to want to join in making positive efforts in the community, you may do that. But you come here meeting after meeting and try to attack me. And my family have wanted to come down here, but I told them, don't do that, because you're not worth it. On the case with Art Wilson and the water crisis and the resolution, I'm gonna be looking deep into that. And for the last 2 years, to the young man in the 4th Ward, I've been working with a group of people for non-structural blight work group, and they'll be coming to City Council to do a presentation. We've been working on it for the last 2 years, so I hear you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whew. I just want to thank you all for coming out to the council meeting. We've been trying to get more people in these seats. You got to become engaged. We need to hear your input. We need to hear your opinions, your concerns. Because for me, I like to hear from the residents. And I just want to thank those who came up to bring your input. Because I sit here, I write things down, and I listen. I might, bend my head down because I'm trying to write, but I am actively listening to each and every speaker. Because your voice, what you have to say, is important to me. It's important. All of your issues and your concerns. I don't care what ward you in. If you call me, I'm going to try to help you. And that's how it's supposed to be. And you should not feel afraid to come to this, to your chamber to speak out. So I just want to thank you all. And I did listen to each and every issue or concern that everyone got up and spoke about today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else who'd like to address the public? All right, I'll take my time. Mr. Peachy, I drove by in your road, and I know what it looks like. I've taken pictures, I submitted, you and I've talked, you and I've gone to the Blight Department, you and I've talked to Mr. Freeman from the Land Bank. I don't know what else I can do. I have been trying to get that place cleaned up. I also have gotten a list of number of tickets that have been written in the 4th Ward in the last quarter, and it was almost 1,000. The problem is the Blight Court. And I actually met with the city attorney 2 weeks ago about Blight Court. They have increased the collection of fines by triple from what we did in the prior year, and that's to date. But a lot more needs to be done, and we are following up, and there is also discussions about adding more hearing dates so that, and following up, because they're not really following up. So I'm not told when people are gone to Blight Court, but the properties that you're looking at are land bank. And that is a problem. And I'm fed up as much as you are. I've done everything I can. Ma'am, St. Mary's prayer, do you have a flyer? Could you give it to our clerk? Thank you very much. I don't know if I can go that date because I have something going on. Around that time, I'm just not sure of the exact date, but I will be there if I can. Anyways, thank you very much for everyone who spoke tonight. We do listen, even if my head is down as I am typing my comments. I have notes on everything. Thank you. We are now going, we now have a request from the legal department for an executive session. Would you like to?
The law department requests a closed session under MCL 15.268(1)(e), specifically to discuss settlement strategy in connection with pending litigation. Specifically, it's an administrative action type matter brought by the State of Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I move we go into executive session.
Is there support? There's been moved and properly seconded to go into executive session. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. This has to deal with the water crisis, right? This executive session?
It doesn't specifically tie into the concerned pastors litigation. This administrative action, we seek to tentatively resolve it with an administrative consent order, and it does concern the drinking water aspect of things. And there are representatives from the Department of Public Works to talk about what's contained in the administrative consent order and the substantive items in there.
Okay. So with that being said, I will not be going into executive session because anything that concerns the water crisis, any of that, I feel should be put out in the public. And I will not be put in a situation whereas I cannot discuss whatever I need to discuss to the residents. I'm gonna always be transparent when it comes to the water crisis and anything that has to deal with that. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
I heard Ms. Worthing first.
Yeah, I will be pleased to go into executive session and do my council duty. I don't think it's the flex that Ms. Winfrey Carter thinks it is, as she will be derelict in getting the information that she needs to understand. And then she will come out here asking questions, as she will have missed important information.
Thank you.
It's not a flex. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to call this entire group of audience members, constituents, to order, please. Thank you. We cannot hear what our colleagues are saying as you are speaking over us. Thank you. Go ahead. Mr.
Yes,
Murphy.
thank you. I will be voting to go into executive session, and the reason why I will be voting to go into executive session is someone who's been out here marching and went to Lansing, that marched for the water crisis and was out here on the front line with the fight for the water crisis. I think I owe it to my
Ms. Williamson, this is your first warning. Go ahead.
I owe it to the frontliners that was out there fighting for this water crisis to go into executive session and listen to what the lawyers have to say about.
This is your first warning, ma'am. And that's your first warning, too. Go ahead.
I owe it to these residents who put me in position to go into executive session.
Point of order.
Please remove
Point
this
of order.
woman.
I'm bringing the lady in the mask to order for excessively clapping. That is her warning for interrupting the council person while he's speaking.
Ms. Dr. Lewis, that is not her. That is her second.
The lady in the mask?
Yes, she needs to be removed. Ma'am, this officers, this person needs to be removed from this meeting.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Madam Chair.
There's appealing to the ruling of the chair. Is there support? Hearing none, that appeal dies.
This is ridiculous. You can't clap.
You did?
I did.
Good. You was reading my mind.
People in TV land that's sitting on that
Madam,
couch, in
pardon
that
me.
chair, get out that
Point of
couch,
order.
come down here
Point of
and
order.
see your council people.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Let me go, man. I can
Don't
walk out.
touch her. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
5-minute recess.
We on 5-minute recess. My day been came and still coming. I'm a part of that.
Oh, we got to, I was saying, we get going. Okay, to be on her seat.
Y'all need to go fix y'all church on Franklin Street. Lewis. We can tell you ain't got no church. Look how you act.
You ain't got one either. We can tell you ain't got one either.
I'm just saying, you can tell you ain't got no church.
All right, 2 minutes.
Well, you need to do more than go.
You know what? Bring your ass back here. We can handle this bullshit.
You ain't even working.
Point of order. Point of order. We have a We have a resident that just assaulted another resident. We have a resident that just assaulted another resident. That lady just punched Paul. That lady just punched Paul.
The time is now 6:22, and I'm calling this meeting back to order. Roll call, please.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We're out of recess, and I'm bringing the lady in the glasses and white jacket to order for yelling out continuously. I believe this is her second warning.
I did not give her, that was not her second warning.
Oh, that wasn't?
No.
Okay, well, I'm just bringing her to order so you would know.
Go, all right, roll call, please.
Mr. El Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy. I believe you had just over 4 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. So, going into executive session is to get more information on this consent agreement that we need to be voting on. I think it's important that I, as a council person, make the best decision. If I need to ask questions that I don't need to be discussing that could jeopardize this case, I think it's so important for me to go into executive session so I can hear both sides, so I can make a wise decision. And I don't need to come out here, which I have seen some of my colleagues do time after time after time. I don't need to come out here and ask or try to figure out what is going on when, if I go into executive session and I need to ask questions, I can ask questions in the executive session versus me coming out here and because I didn't go into executive session, I don't know what's going on with this consent agreement. I could get up to speed with what's been going on with the litigation of this case, where we at, and give my input in executive session and also give my input out here when I do hit the floor, so I'll be educated on what's going on when it comes down to this litigation with this water. Yes, we do have concerns. Yes, the residents do have concerns. But how can I make a wise decision on something and I won't even go into executive session? I think that's bad representation as a council person to our constituents for us not to go into executive session with something this important when we coming up to 10 years since this water crisis, and we won't even go into executive session because we feel we need to be transparency. We ain't the resident. We are elected officials. So we owe it to our residents and to those who watching or those who understand. I am going into this executive session as a councilman for the 3rd Ward that represent residents in the 3rd Ward to do what I can to make the best decision when it comes down to this consent order agreement that we need to go into or getting ready to probably vote on, whether I vote it up or vote it down. I need to know, and I'm always going to executive session so I can hear what's going on behind closed doors, because I'm not no lawyer. So there are some things we just can't discuss in open public. And some people just don't seem like they get it. They want to get up here and grandstand for the audience or whoever and make it seem like they want to whatever, but I'm going into executive session because it's the right thing to do, and the people voted for me, and I'm going to continue to do what I can to be the voice of these people. I'm not on that side no more. I'm on this side, so I need to know what's going on. Thank you. I'm done.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Hearing no other discussion, we have second round. Anyone in the second round? Hearing none?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
You know what, Councilman Murphy? It's not about grandstanding. And if I decide that I'm not going to go into executive session, that's me. And like I said, in my opinion, I feel that everything that has to do with the water crisis, everything, the public should know about it. It's been 10 years. Nothing has happened. This is ridiculous to keep going in and out of executive session for what? So no. And it's not about grandstanding. It's about, in my opinion, doing what's right for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. My colleague, if y'all just heard what my colleague said, we going into executive session for what? You just answered your question. For what means you going into executive session so you can understand for what. But because you don't want to go into executive session for what, you don't know because you ain't going in there. So that's your opinion. That's your ideology or philosophy or whatever you believe. You don't want to go into executive session, don't go. But for me, as a councilman and as an activist who's been on the front line fighting for this water crisis ever since Public Act 436, ever since this emergency manager, I owe it to these communities to go into executive session so I can figure out what's going on. So you don't have to go. Don't go. Stay here. We got enough votes to go in there. I'm done.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, this is the vote to go into executive session.
Mr. El Alamin?
Yes.
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing? The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. We're going into executive session.
Now it's cold in here. Can get out of here. I know, she is, with her kid.
Hey, guess who coming to dinner? Ain't Cindy Portier either.
all council members please take their seats? I'm separating 240120. Which one? Yeah, that's the only change I had. Yeah, they had all these issues, didn't they? Is Davina sitting down? The time is 7:36, and I hereby call this Finance Committee back to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
I'm asking the audience to please come to order. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing? You have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. I will ask for a motion on consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead. I'll make a motion for consent, with any separations.
Okay,
Sup-
there's
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Murphy, supported by Dr. Lewis, to send the consent agenda to council. Are there any separations?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to separate, Resolution 240089, reallocation of ARPA funds for BIPOP Emerging Development Program. Resolution 240115, the consent entry of stipulations and notice of concern passes for social action. Resolution 240120, contract for Ernst & Young Management ARPA funds. Resolution 240124, reallocation of ARPA funds for youth job training, the City of Flint Clean and Safe Summer Youth Job Training Program. Resolution 240131, setting a public, no, I'm not gonna separate that one.
Okay.
Resolution 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest for Flint Downtown Development Authority, DDA, revenue replacement funds for parking revenue loss during COVID. Resolution 240141, reallocation of ARPA funds for Great Lakes Aqua Habitat Network grants for youth job training. That's it for me.
Are there any other separations? Any other separations? Hearing none, the consent agenda consists of the following: 240088, the police training; 240129, 240130, 240131, 240132, 240133, 240134, 240135, 240136, 24037, 24038, 24039, 24042, 24043. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Liddell.
Ms.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Those resolutions will be sent to council. The first separation is 240089. Mr. Murphy, do you have a?
Would like to move reallocation of ARPA funds, BIPOC Emergency Development Program to council.
It's been moved.
Yeah.
There's a motion.
I didn't have my mic on.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. Is there support to send? And it's been moved by Ms. Mashat to send 240089, reallocation of ARPA funds for BIPOC Emerging Developer Program
Yes.
to council. Go ahead.
Emily, could you come and speak on this? I think we talked about this before.
Yep.
It got moved back to finance. So.
Good evening, Council. The Executive Director of LISC, Juan Zuniga, was here last time at the last Finance Committee meeting to present and spent a bit of time. So tonight I am here to answer questions.
He may have not.
Could you give us a?
Oh, okay, just overview. Got it.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you had specific questions. Got it. So what this is, one of the things that we hear often in Flint is that we need more Flint residents who are able to know the process of being able to acquire a property and acquire a loan and then build a house or a duplex or an apartment building, as well as acquire an existing property structure and then be able to acquire a loan to renovate it and be able to have that be rented out for the applicable use. So and that's, being a developer. That is something that we've heard. We have a similar reference that this is something that they talk about in cities all over the state, all over the country, that we want more residents who learn how to do this process. We don't want it to be the same 4 nonprofits or the same one developer whose name is all over everything. And so how do you do that? You have a training. You train more people to do it. And so this is step 1 to establish a training. This would be for 15 participants. It would be curriculum modules as well as monthly face-to-face trainings that would be one-on-one with each of the 15 developers. This is not meant for construction contractors who are just doing the building. It's actually meant for people who want to acquire and actually run the development. This would be a combination of the training curriculum, working them through the development process, as well as getting them prepared for submitting loan applications, because that is one of the things, is access to capital, being able to get the loan to be able to do the construction or do the renovation. Also, this is a pre-development grant. What does that look like? The pre-development grants, it's a combination of early stage investments, so whether it's like the planning tied to market studies, so you know what the demand is for, some of the design work through architecture, environmental reports, having to look at the soil and look at other, if there's asbestos, if it's an existing building, structural assessments, so that way they know if part of the building needs to be, have more renovation perhaps than other parts. So all of these tools that they will give these 15 participants, who all have to be either Flint residents, or if they do live outside the city, they own, have property in the city limits that they want to redevelop. Either way, it would actually build a pipeline of small-scale developers, and by doing this, you will get to see a lot more housing development and a lot more generation of actual keeping the wealth here in the city.
So a lot of times when developers are applying for grants and funds, they have to have like 3-year experience and experience dealing with federal dollars, so that will make them ineligible. I would hate to see this try to get them somewhere and they go apply for a grant and they don't meet the criteria because they don't have the experience of developing, and that's what a lot of the red tape come in at, because they don't have the fiduciary experience or the development experience. Some of them say you gotta have 5 years, some of them say you gotta have 3 years of development experience. So will this allow them the opportunity to, even when they apply for community development block grant dollars, they can't apply for community development block grant dollars to develop on a smaller scale because they don't have the experience. So we'll take them through this training, then they finish it, get their certification or certificate of you went through this training, and then apply for community development block grant dollars just to get denied.
CDBG funds are for nonprofits, not for for-profits. So this is to create more for-profit developers. I want to say that. That we want this because we want people who are looking to treat this like a business, and they are out there doing this and have access to capital through LISC, who would be the partner that does this, would do the lending. So, yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Emily, so is the city, they participated in a program like this before, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I don't believe that the city of Flint has had this, an emerging developer training before. Perhaps LISC did it on their own, but we will actually be a part of creating this curriculum with them.
Okay, and so basically this is a program that's training up-and-coming business owners?
Up-and-coming, yep, developers, people who want to be developing in Flint, correct. Yep.
People that want to develop land in Flint?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
specifically? Okay, you're exactly right. Thank you, great idea.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, Emily, will there be, do you know funding that's available for for-profit developers to tap into, just in case they want to, apply for some small business loans to develop a small-scale housing or get into the rental?
Absolutely. So LISC, the Local Initiative Support Corporation, is a CDFI. They have those capital opportunities. So if you, as right now, if you are somebody who's sitting there listening to this meeting and you are interested in building a duplex, you could go to LISC right now and apply for a loan. They have many different types of loans that you can get. What this program is going to do is going to help teach people who are wanting to do that, but you don't necessarily you don't know the process, or if you have an idea of the process, you haven't actually ran through it before, and then you will be able to then apply for one of those loans through LISC, and they would actually have gotten you ready over the course of the training. So hopefully I'm being clear that you could apply now, but if you feel like you aren't ready to apply and you want a training, this is the type of, this emerging developer training is for those people who want to do
So
that.
is this just for new developers or existing businesses that want to add on or to develop? Can existing businesses that's out there want to enhance their business?
Absolutely. I think that when the word emerging, what does that mean? It means that you're not someone who has already acquired multiple bank loans for multiple construction projects before. You're not someone who has gotten CDBG funds to gap finance your nonprofit development that you've done. An entity that if you are a business owner and you own a business and you want to then start developing some of the land perhaps around your business, but you don't really know how to do that per se. You know how to run your grocery store or you know how to run your dry cleaning, but maybe you want to try to develop the land around you. You could absolutely apply for this.
Because what I'm where my head is at is I'm thinking about the North Saginaw Street corridor along and the Lewis Street Franklin area corridor. There's some mom and pop stores or some mom and pop businesses along Saginaw, Lewis, Franklin that is looking for financing or to enhance their business. I know one is a barber shop on the corner of
that would be perfect. Yep.
Is it Black Street in Saginaw?
Yep.
You know, so I want them to be able to tap into these opportunities. So how much room, is it only limited space for this training?
So the first cohort is what we're calling the first year would be 15 participants. It was my hope that this is something that we are able to do on every year on an annual basis. Similar programs that are running in other parts of the country, but I'll just point to Detroit. You've got 2 of them that are being ran, Building Community Value and the Equitable Development Initiative. They each started with one cohort a year. Now both of them are running 3 cohorts a year because there was so much interest, and so they were able to show that and get more funding. So I would love to turn this into something that...
How will you market this if approved?
We would do in many ways. I think we would use social media. I think we would announce it at town hall meetings. We would announce, we would love for all the 9 of you to help us with your constituents. So in many ways, I guess, I don't have a marketing plan, but I'm happy to.
How long is the training?
It would be a year long. The first one that we would do, we would run it over the course
Where
of
would
the
it
year.
be hosted at?
So there is online modules that would be the participants would do online, and then the monthly meetings.
Who will facilitate it?
LISC. LISC is our partner
Okay.
for this training, yes. And then the monthly meetings would actually be held where the developers are, the neighborhood that they want to develop in. The facilitator would actually be with them in their neighborhood to be able to actually, in real time, be talking and working with them. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Point of order.
What's the point?
I'll prefer a roll call.
Okay.
We ain't
We
going
have
there.
an objection. It is allowed to do a voice vote by ayes and nays in our council rules. I want to call that to the attention of our council members. Roll call vote, please, to send 240089 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 240015.
Yes,
Ali.
I would like to move 240115 to special affairs.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240015 to special affairs. Is there support?
I'll support it.
It's been moved and properly supported by Mr. Alamin to send 240015 to special affairs. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is there someone from the administration, Clyde, or the law, Clyde? This is a consent to enter a stipulation and notice of concerned pastors for social action, etc., versus the city of Flint. This resolution, I believe, is our last executive session, not this one today, but to go into a consent agreement from when we talked about the last litigation that they brought before the city of Flint. We requested, and a young man came and talked about the service lines needing to, the amount of service lines need to be replaced, but then we got two different conflicting numbers. When we was in executive session, we heard one number, then someone else came out here and spoke and talked about different numbers, and this is also dealing with the restoration of the yard, sidewalks, driveways, curve. That's what this is referring to, correct?
I would have to defer to the legal department. This is fully, this particular resolution is centered around the legal implications between the city and the actual lawsuit that was filed against the city. So I would defer. This particular document is in reference to the lawsuit itself, the technical legal aspects of the lawsuit. So I would defer to the legal department.
Through you to the law department, I mean, listen to me, law department, to our city attorney, deputy. Is this lawsuit dealing with the restoration and the service line replacements?
That's correct. This resolution deals specifically with the concerned pastors litigation as it relates to restoration. It would actually be the law department's request. There's a lot of moving pieces with this issue, so we'd actually request that it be kept in the current finance committee at this point.
Okay. I would like to do a substitute motion to keep this in finance.
There's a motion on the floor to keep resolution 240015 in finance. Is there support?
I'll support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Mr. Alamin to keep it in finance. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, as you know, some of us, I'm not sure how many, but some of us have conflicting what we heard. When we was in executive session, we heard one number, then a young man came and spoke on some numbers, and when he was speaking on numbers, we was just kind of like, hold on, something in the milk ain't clean. We also request for a copy of, an estimated copy of the wind funds, what's left to pay for some of this, and I know we just kind of talked about this, so I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I think it's important that we understand where we at number-wise. We do know we facing some financial issues in the water and sewer department, but it's just some information that we would like. If we can get that, that will help some of us make a decision on this right here. I'm just not comfortable because I have not looked at some numbers, and I would like to look at the numbers on the wind funds to see where we at on that. And I know my colleague that is not here, Pfeiffer, has requested this too. So if you can put something together that will help us, and I know we talked about it before, we just concerned. And then the restoration, if we're getting two conflicting numbers. The young man that spoke he gave us different numbers than what we heard back there. So we just need to be clear how many restorations that's unfinished, how many service lines need to be completed. If we can get that information by the next finance committee meeting, and then the young man, I don't know his name. Do one of my colleagues know who? The young man who came and spoke and gave us some numbers. What's his name?
Jeff Markstrom. He was from Row Engineering.
If we can bring him back, that will help us, because he came with some numbers that was different from what we heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Second round? Okay, that's right, it's only one round. This is a motion to keep the vote to keep resolution 240115 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will stay in finance. The next resolution is 240120. I would entertain a motion to send this to Special Affairs.
I'd like to make a motion to send this to Special Affairs.
Okay, there's a motion, and it's been properly seconded by Ms. Worthing to send 240120. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is there possible that we can have Ernst & Young? I don't know if they came to the last meeting.
I spoke to them yesterday.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
And will they be
They
here?
will be here. We'll do a special order for them on Monday. And because he has to fly out to go out of state on Monday, he will be here for Special Affairs.
Here we finna give Ernst & Young $738,025, not to exceed. So even though they may not use it, not to exceed. And based on what we have already paid them and the amount of times they done showed up at city council, or they done advised us, or even reached out to, I'm just not happy with their service. Hopefully, they good at making sure that we ain't misusing the ARPA funds, and that's mainly what they here for, so that they can oversee to make sure that the administration or council ain't voting for ARPA funding for people that's not even eligible. But I'm just not pleased with their services. I'm not pleased with how the lack of them coming to council, the lack of what I thought that they was gonna be advocating for us to get additional dollars into the city of Flint, but they said that's not what they came for. But I thought when we agreed with them originally, that's what one of the agreements was, that they will go and try to look for outside funding for us. And to this date, I don't know a dollar that they have went and advocated for on behalf of the city of Flint. And I wish I could find that video when we originally voted for them, which was a very controversial vote and an issue with them, the amount of money we was paying them, but they sounded good when we voted for them. And that's about it. And as much as we done gave them, we probably done seen them about 3 or 4 times. And if they have been here, they didn't, they don't even come out and be like, hey, Councilman, you got any questions about the opera application or the process? I mean, I'm not pleased. But hopefully they doing a good job, because I don't see everything.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'll take a few minutes to say that in response to Mr. Murphy's questions, their role has changed different than what it was when we did the RFP. So they're not doing as much of and the plan that was developed by the mayor and then changed by council is different than what was imagined when they did their RFP and when it was submitted. So that's why we're not seeing them all the time, but they are behind the scenes and they meet with the mayor once a week, and I talk to them frequently. So, especially in regards to some requests for ARPA funding that have not come to council on a resolution. So that's what they've been doing. Anyways, that's the end of that discussion. This is the vote to send resolution 240120 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to Special Affairs. The next resolution is 240124. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, I would like to move resolution 240124 to council.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Dr. Lewis to
Yes.
send to council. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, to Emily. This training for the City of Flint Clean and Safe Summer Youth. Oh, no, hold on.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one I'm on, okay. Could you explain what this is?
Absolutely. The mayor would like to see 5 to 7 organizations. That preference will be given to those that did apply for the job training category, 10 children or 10 kids each that would be employed by each of them. He did have the idea that then the choice of who those agencies are could be an ad hoc committee of council. I did talk to him today, and he mentioned that about which organizations would be chosen. And then there are still lots of job training ARPA funds that could go to other entities, but this one is one that he wants to try to get started in the next month. And so that is the timing of this, whereas the remaining resolutions could happen at some of the meetings, let's say in May 8th or the one after for other job training.
Was this application part of the application process?
No, this was not.
It was not, okay.
This was not.
So, because I know my colleagues always emphasize that we need to follow the application process, and sometimes I get emails from other folks that has been following and monitoring the process of the ARPA application process to make sure the applications who have applied for ARPA dollars are vetted first. Here we have a application for the food market that had a glitch in the process, whether the compliancy firm received it or not. And I want separate this because
Point
I
of
wanted to make it
information.
clear.
I spoke, one of the discussions I had yesterday with Mr. Jarzynski was about their application for the food, and they called and contacted them 3 times to tell them that it was not completed.
So my point is, whether they put in the application, whether it was incomplete or completed, they did give us a completed application. I shared it with my colleagues. Here we getting ready to vote on $200,000 for someone who didn't put in an application, but we're getting ready to vote on it. And whether I'm for the food market or not, what I want to show is the comparison of how we picking and choosing what's important to us. This is important because they didn't apply for an application. The food market thought they applied for the application, thought that maybe someone contacted them 3 times or whatever. Whether they did or didn't, okay, if you didn't contact them and they didn't know, now both sides are aware that either they wasn't contacted or the application wasn't in. But here we are, we're getting ready to vote on giving somebody $200,000 that didn't even apply for through the process, and we're gonna give them $200,000, but we're gonna come up with all these excuses why we shouldn't give the food market that's almost 90-something% there to being able to open. Not sure what went on, why it's taking so long, why some people don't agree with that, but I just don't think this is fair, because we had to find this funding from somewhere, the $200,000. Out of $94 million that came into the city of Flint, you mean to tell me we can't find $300,000 for a food market on the north side of Flint? Something is wrong with this picture. And Emily, what I'm asking you to do, if you guys could find some funding, I'm just not comfortable. I'm not a member of the food market, but I cannot sit here in good conscience and watch us give all this money out and then see this food market trying to open and we just don't do nothing because they didn't answer the phone or they didn't put their application in.
Madam Chair? I would never vote for the food market, and I've made that quite clear before. They have been given millions and millions of dollars, and if they can't open by now, there is something seriously wrong with whoever is operating that nonprofit. But regardless, this 200,000, we allocated 40 million to revenue replacement. Was that part of our plan? The ARPA committee? The revenue replacement? Because I'm looking at the resolution. I don't know if it's different from the one from before. Did this change at all?
There's 13 million in unallocated revenue replacement in specific areas. So we have overall 20 million, but some of that has been allocated to specific projects.
Okay. So did we ever originally, because it says...
It's 13,142,188
that is left.
That is not allocated. In the plan, there was $13 million for revenue replacement that the city could use to offset losses that it sustained during COVID.
Okay, because this says 40 million. Judy, do you want me to answer this?
I'm not sure where you're looking.
The resolution 240124.
Okay, let me look at that
So,
resolution specifically.
The reference to that is what happened back in December when
Oh,
the
oh,
remaining,
oh.
yeah.
No, that's not, okay, yeah.
Yep. and-
Yep.
But there is 2.5 million for youth job training. And I just,
In one of the categories was new job training.
Correct.
yeah, youth job training does have 2.5 million as a category. It was slated all 2.5 for community grants, and there were 38 applicants. So just speaking facts, that it did happen. And this is the request of the mayor to have 200,000 of that 2.5 be used for youth job training, but it would be one that would be driven by the administration instead of by one of the applicants that applied. So just, to be transparent.
Because are
Yep.
these nonprofit businesses or for-profit?
The 5 to 7 entities that this resolution is requesting to work with would be nonprofits that would be, apply to be a part of this $200,000 program. And then again, the remaining 2.3 million is still out there for other resolutions to recommend your approval.
So they really couldn't have applied for something that wasn't really a category at the time?
There
right?
were 38 applications for youth job training
Oh.
that were submitted last March, and I imagine that some of those 38 would definitely be ones who would be applying for this 200,000. So they it might feel a little redundant. Again, the driver behind this is coming out of the administration versus all those other applications are all from the agencies themselves. So
do we have an example of maybe some of the nonprofits that we're thinking might apply?
So we have not chosen them yet, and it would be a process to put out a request for them to say that they're interested, and then that would be something, and again, this is when I talked to the mayor today, his idea was that actually they would help be chosen by this body. He mentioned an ad hoc committee that could help choose that. So, yeah.
Well, as long as the ARPA committee is okay with this allocation, I'm also okay with it because it's going to come out of the 2.5 million, and I think it's a great program, and I hope we can continue to do this. I wish my kid was old enough to do this. He's not 15 yet. But anytime you can get them working instead of it says exactly what I was thinking. My child has ADHD. If he's not busy, he will find something not constructive to do. So you've got to keep those who need to be involved busy. And this, I think, would be a great program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
So I do want to say, when we talk about this resolution, that we have to be clear, because we keep assigning it to the mayor, right? These are jobs for youth. So one of the things that this is going to help address, a couple of the things that this is going to help address over the summer is, one, it's going to help families with poverty, at least for the summer, right? They'll have an opportunity to be able to do what they need to do financially, right, with this. The second thing is it'll help keep youth out of trouble, which is one of the biggest things we need to look at. I believe someone stood up here earlier and already said that now that it's getting warmer, that people are choosing activities that are not legal. And so this helps us keep our youth away from illegal activities, gives them something to do, helps expose them to positive career pathways that they might not have considered themselves or saw themselves in those roles. So we're reshaping their identity and how they see themselves when we do programs like this. And then finally, I think it's a way to show that we have skin in the game when it comes to our youth in this city, that we are willing to support them and do what needs to be done to help them identify themselves and help build self-worth. And so I am in support of this. I think a lot of times, and then the fact that there's going to be diverse industry that they can work in, right? A lot of times youth are relegated to only cleaning up or something of that nature, right? And so now we're giving them opportunities to do other things. And 9 times out of 10, if it's all you have for me to do all summer is clean, right? And clean outside, and especially when I don't see the adults cleaning with me, right? And so now that you're giving them opportunity to do something other than clean, you're giving them an opportunity to, and like you said, you all are still looking at multiple industries, but you're giving them something that expands their minds. And so I think that this will be good for the youth of Flint, because like this says, this is a youth job training. And I want us to stay focused on that and make sure that we are not punishing youth for complex adult situations, right? So thank you so much for being here tonight and helping to explain this.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I think it is a great idea, because once again, we are providing jobs for the young people for the summer. And I received an email, and it was from a youth, and it was imploring us to push forward with this resolution. It was saying how much that this would mean, because they are looking for summer employment, and through the announcements, they see that the mayor's program was a vehicle to summer employment, and so they would like for council to push that. I was looking for it so I can read it. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it, but we must keep those things in mind. You know, that's very important. So just like the councilwoman in the 7th Ward was saying, we must remain laser focused at the task at hand. You know, we're talking about youth jobs. Let's talk about specifically and exclusively youth jobs. And I know this is just speaking on my behalf, we need the city of Flint to be one of those organizations, because I could use some youth help for the summer. You know, I trust a lot of us could use youth help. We can use that right here within City Hall. We need to groom the next council people, the next clerk, the next finance director. We need to groom the people so they can take our spots. I'm not looking to be here forever. And none of us, we're not going to be here forever. So I think this would be a great way to train the youth, a great way to open up their knowledge to the inner workings of government and to explore opportunities within their own government and see the positive side, see the side where they can come and they can impact change. So I support this 100% because, again, it is providing an opportunity for youth as well as for other organizations that may not have been recommended for funding to utilize some funding to employ youth so that they can explore the possibilities within the city of Flint. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Ms. Emily, you did say 5 organizations, correct?
5 to 7 is
5 to 7.
what was described when this resolution was being conceptualized.
All
Yeah,
right,
5 to
thank
7. Yep.
Was that all?
Yep. Thank
Okay. Short and succinct. Anyone else? I think that's just leaves me. You know, I was against this because they hadn't applied, and I got several phone calls and was convinced to support this. It is important. I had to hark back to my nephew and how lost he was in the summer with not much to do except play video games and run the streets and get into trouble. So I'm going to go ahead and support this. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So I'm not against, and to my colleagues, I'm not against this program for youth. I'm just against the process and how it was done versus someone that's been coming down here meeting after meeting after meeting talking about the food market. And I'm going back there again. Out of $94 million, I don't care if they receive other funding, because what I know you guys talked about, and maybe I'm wrong, y'all talked about leveraging. Y'all always talked about leveraging. So if the food market went and leveraged dollars elsewhere to support them opening, that's what leveraging looked like. So to say they got however much money that they receive, and we can't give them 300,000 out of $94 million. Emily, is there any way, because you just said y'all had some unspent dollars, is there any way you can bring a resolution to council or talk to the administration about bringing a resolution contingency up on them opening? Because one of the issues with the food market is y'all done received all this money, which if they did, I just don't know. I know a little of the logistics behind some of the funding and where it came from. But for us to get $94 million into the city of Flint and didn't give them no ARPA dollars, because there are other people that done got community development, because one of the things I heard was that they got community development block grant dollars.
They did 250,000 of pre-development in 2016.
Which is still reimbursement, so it ain't like when y'all gave them 250,000 of community development block grant dollars. Y'all gave them upfront money. The $250,000 still mean they had to raise some money and get reimbursed it for that. So I want to be clear on that. Is there any way that you guys could look for, because I'm not against this, because I thought about my community summer youth. We redundant when it comes down to youth and us employing youth. They got a youth quest. I think the Flint School District got a thing where if the kids in the school, you can go to your counselor and tell them you want to sign up for the summer youth initiative to go work in the summer for whatever organization or nonprofit out there that's doing great work in the community. So us giving $200,000 for the city of Flint ain't go not give poor families, the kids opportunities, because there are a lot of opportunities out there, and I can bet your life on it that there are organizations out there that has summer youth programs. You cannot tell me there's not no summer youth programs out there that's helping kids. I don't believe it. So my thing is, I'm not against this, and I will support it. I am against the application process that y'all said that they didn't put an application in versus these people putting an application in versus somebody had a glitch. They got 3 phone calls. It just seemed like we doing whatever we can not to support this food market. So that's what I am trying to prove my point with this resolution, that if we go support this resolution for $200,000, we should be able to support a resolution for $300,000 for an organization that had a glitch, that didn't answer the phone 3 times from the ARPA committee or whatever. Even when they found out we had some issues with it, look how much money we done paid them. They should have reached out to them or told us they can't reach, and we could have made that meeting happen so they could look at that application. So I'm just worried about the process. That's all. Oh, and then the $300,000, if y'all could say contingency on y'all opening.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any other discussion in second round? Any other discussion in second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240124 to council.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 240140.
2401.
140. It's on page 6.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll like to move resolution 240140, Opera Contingency Fund and Earned Interest for Flint Downtown Development Authority, DDA Revenue Replacement Funds for Parking Revenue Loss during COVID-19 pandemic to Special Affairs.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 240140 to Special Affairs. Is there support? Is there support? That motion dies.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to move resolution 240140 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240140 to council. Is there support? Who was that? Ms. Worthing. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Listen, DDA been a whole mess up, jack up from the meters on to everything going on with the DDA. I don't support the DDA as far as what's going on down there with the parking meters not messing up, sending people all these frivolous tickets and all of that different kind of stuff. I already said a long time ago that we need to take a bulldozer and bulldoze all those meters, because based on they in a contract, and that's our contract agreement, we'll void the contract out because they gave us some faulty meters that don't work, that don't take people money, it's all jacked up. So how we gonna stay in agreement in a contract with somebody and then turn around and we gotta stay in there? Cause no, HELL stick, no. Residents done came down here and complained about DDA. I don't know who the director is now since the person left. It's all jacked up down there. I'm just not comfortable. Y'all, they built the parking ramp down there not knowing who was gonna pay for it, and they probably ain't meeting their payment obligation. So y'all wanna put us on it. Now you wanna take some ARPA dollars for how much? $560,586. It won't be by my vote. So y'all do what y'all wanna do. I ain't supporting the DD. No.
Dr. Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you. So I want to bring some light and some clarity to this. For one, these funds are coming out of revenue replacement. COVID dollars were put in place to replace revenue lost during COVID. And because a lot of us, we were staying home and staying safe, and when the pandemic is still real and still ongoing, that's exactly how they lost a lot of revenue. That's for one. And so that's something outside of their control. Number two, this money is also to help void and nullify that contract so they can get rid of those meters and so they can move forward and get out of that contract so they can alleviate the problem that Councilman Murphy was so passionately discussing. So that's why within this resolution they're asking for the $560,000. This is not coming out of community grants. This is coming out of the specific category where this money is supposed to come from. It's coming out of revenue replacement. They are replacing the revenue that they have lost and that they will lose when they go and void the contract, so the residents will not have to incur those fees. Moreover, this will also help them as they envision and go about their new plan, where they're going to remove all of the meters around City Hall, so the residents won't have to worry about parking when they come down to City Hall to handle their business. So I trust that my colleagues will see the progression, get out of emotions, and see how this will move the city of Flint forward, and also be used for its specific purpose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'm going to take my time. The DDA is actually a part of Flint. Its audit is actually a part of our audit. We can't complete our audit without theirs. And so this is a valid, qualified use of the funds. We're not using We're actually using part of the interest that has been earned to fund this program, so it's not taken away from the city. But it's something that the DDA was, I believe, approved by the voters to have that. It must be voted on by the residents, and without this money, they will fail. And it is by the will of the people. So I am going to vote in favor of this. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So what happened to the tickets that they done sent all hundreds of residents for a meter that if the meter don't work, the camera show work to take pictures of people's license plate and send them a ticket? What happened to that? Do this wipe out everybody ticket? Do this opera dollars wipe out everybody ticket that got a ticket since them raggedy meters been out there? Could somebody answer that? Can you answer that to Council President Dr. Lewis? Can you answer that? Is the tickets that the residents or whoever, I don't know, because you just explained what it's for. So that's good that it's replacing those raggedy meters. And you talk about me being emotional. Do you know how emotional the residents been coming down here to city council? And those that didn't even come to city council, who they done don't even want to come downtown and park because they don't want to deal with the meters. So I'm emotional because I feel them. So if it come across that I'm emotional, HELL I am. Because not only have it done it to me, if it do it to me and I'm a council person, just imagine to how many other people. Sometimes we have to get up out of self, and even though you think we may be emotional, we ain't just emotional. We emotional because we feel residents that done came to this council podium meeting after meeting after meeting where they done exhausted themselves. They don't even come no more about it because they done came on several occasions and told us about how bad, even when Inez Brown was here. And she sat on the board. What did they do? Nothing. Will this clear up people tickets? Because I ain't paid not one of them. I ain't gonna even lie.
Thank you, Councilman. So I will tell you this, that the DDA's agreements with the municipal parking services is the contract. Both of them terminate on June 20th of this year. And the DDA board has already said that they are absolutely not renewing these contracts and want to proceed with getting a new parking meter situation. I'm not on the board, and I do not know more than that. I don't know that if they've put it out to bid yet, but it does expire on June 20th. In the meantime, the reason why this resolution was put in front of you is this entity is the one that shovels the snow within the area downtown. This is the entity that is doing all of the maintenance for any of the downtown events, like to prep for if there's like Back to the Bricks and there's trash, they are picking that up. So there are basic services that this entity provides, and if they do not have the revenue replacement that is tied to this resolution from the loss that they experienced from not having parking revenue during 2020, 2021, 2022, those costs will, if they are going to, if we're going to have the services continue, they will be passed on to the city. So it will come out of the city anyway. It is a component unit.
My question, again, I don't know if you heard me clearly, and I appreciate you breaking all of that down. All of that is great, and we love what they're doing downtown. Will it clear out residents' tickets by us having these faulty, no good parking meters?
I don't have that answer. I'm sorry,
Can you get that by Monday? I'll move this to council. I'll vote to move this to council, but on Monday, I just think it's not fair to charge residents all these tickets that you get when you go and put some money in and then spit it back out, and you want me to go around there to the DD, no, I ain't doing that. I'm on a mission when I come down to city council or city hall or wherever I'm going. I don't want to have to go around no corner and talk to nobody. I'm already pissed off because it done spit my money back out. Then I got to turn around and get a ticket in the mail. And it was like the revenue replacement came from you charging people on their tickets. So I see where you got it. I ain't gonna get it. We can't get it from y'all, but we'll get it from giving y'all tickets. And ain't no telling how many people paid, but I ain't paid and don't plan on it neither. But if you can get that answer for me by Monday, that'll be fine. That'll be good.
There is a letter that was submitted by the DDA attorney that I will share with all of you. So with his information, you can actually ask him directly.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So according to the interim DDA director, they have been working with residents to take care of tickets. And so they're working with all residents that come down there and bring it to their attention. So I don't want to demonize and vilify the DDA in terms of them working with us. And when the DDA director, the other interim director, Kiera May, when she was here, she explicitly said at the lectern that residents can come down there and she will work with them in terms of their tickets. So I don't want to demonize them. I don't want to vilify them. They have an open door policy that says that they will come down there, and if you have received a ticket, come down there and they will assist you in selling that ticket. That's what they said. So with that being said, I want to use these funds for exactly what they were allocated for: COVID contingency, revenue replacement. Just like Councilman Priestley said, for the Flint, that's what's called the Flint DDA. It's a part of the city. And so we need these funds to keep our DDA going, in addition to put them on the correct path. We've had several, before we got on board, they entered into some bad contracts. They're cleaning that up. So we can keep beating a dead horse. They admitted the horse is dead. They're trying to move forward with the new horse. I'm not gonna hold them back. I'm not gonna hold them back because of what happened in the past. This is called progression. This is called moving forward. So with that being said, I just want to reiterate that the DDA is working with all residents that may have received parking tickets. So with that being said, once again, I'm going to support the DDA for the loss of revenue and with the moving forward with the new contracts, and also with the fact that they are working with all residents to alleviate tickets. So those that intend to pay, don't intend to pay, we encourage you to go down to the DDA to clear that slate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, this is the vote to send resolution 240140 to council.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Is it possible to send, well, we already sent it to Special Affairs.
That motion was made earlier and it failed.
Oh, okay.
I think we can reconsider that motion.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
I would like to send resolution 240140 to Special Affairs.
Point of order.
Yes.
That motion was already made and it failed and it lacked the support. So how can we turn around and bring up the same motion we just brought up? And then if we in an agenda item and we move on motions and we completed a motion, don't we move on to the agenda, or can we just bring it back up at a later time? Because I didn't know that once a motion is
Point of order.
What's the point?
I would like to refer to the city clerk for this.
That original motion didn't have any support, so it didn't fail. it just wasn't supported.
Oh, didn't have a second.
Right, so
Right.
it didn't fail. But you have been a bit flexible in this area. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. The motion didn't fail.
So it's at the chair's leisure at this point.
If we can get support for that motion, we can get support and move forward. Since the initial motion did not get support, it was never voted on and did not fail. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis. You made the motion to send to Special Affairs. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send it to Special Affairs. Who supported that? Ms. Mushat. Any discussion? One round.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I will not be supporting this getting moved to special affairs, because I just tried to move this motion to special affairs and I didn't get the support of my colleagues. I guess they was counting the votes, and because they didn't get the 5 votes that they thought they was gonna get, they came back with that motion and moved it to special affairs. So I'd rather revisit this motion at a later date.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So thank you. So through you to my no, never mind. I don't want to kick this can down the road. There's no need to kick the can down the road. It has been, all questions have been explicitly answered about why this resolution is here, the dollar amount, where it's going to. We talked about the termination of the contracts. We spoke about replacing the revenue from the from COVID. Then we also spoke about the DDA working with residents regarding these tickets, working with the residents, whether that include eradicating the tickets. This is what they said that they are doing. So I'm a little concerned about that, and we can talk about bringing up at a later date, but when bills are due immediately, you don't have a later date. And so I'm a little concerned at why we're kicking the can down the road, because the funds are needed now. And so I just don't understand why we're going to wait just to approve these funds when I discussed and we already had a discussion on the questions that were at hand. So I would like to ask my colleague, is there anything else that they need? If they want to bring it up at a later date, is there something like that we're missing in terms of working with the DDA? Because again, these are revenue replacement dollars. These dollars are replacing revenue. Revenue replacement dollars. These dollars are replacing revenue. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead. No, you've already spoke, I think, in this round.
No,
Just a second. Let me look.
not in the special affairs, not in this.
Okay. Yeah, you did. You started the conversation.
Oh, did I?
Yep, you did. Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is only one round. This is the vote to send resolution 240140 to special affairs.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to leave this in finance.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Ms. Mashat to, excuse me, I closed my little notes up, to keep resolution 240140 in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, this is the vote to keep resolution 240140 in finance.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Ms. Worthing? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution will stay in finance. The next resolution is 240140
1, reallocation of ARPA funds, Great Lakes Aquatic Habitat Network grants for youth job training. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, oh, go ahead. I'll entertain a motion to send this to council.
It-
Excuse me.
Is there support?
Support.
There's been moved and properly seconded to send 240141 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
To Emily, Dora, Great Lakes Aqua Habitat Network grants for resolution resolving that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary, including executing any necessary agreement to appropriate funds for $300,000 to the Great Lakes Aqua Habitat Network grants. What would the youth job training consist of?
This resolution did not come through administration.
Say that again?
This resolution did not come through administration.
It did not come through the administration?
Correct.
Why it didn't come through the administration?
Because council members can put things through that without having come through administration.
So this resolution
I'm gonna.
was created by, okay, so hold on, let me, where you going? Don't you go nowhere. You go, no, I'm just playing. So Emily, all my life, no, I'm just playing. So.
Mr. Taylor?
Uh-oh. I ain't do it, Mr. Taylor. Uh-oh. Ted, it is.
So, request for information.
What's your request?
The request is that if you look at that resolution, look who signed it.
Hold on, let me look at it.
Okay, and look how it was presented. It was presented from the council.
Right. Hold
So
on.
the administration don't have anything to do with that.
Hold on. So, resolution 240141, this resolution, did y'all support this resolution?
We don't have anything to do with it.
Did y'all review this resolution?
Don't have anything to do with it.
Yes. Request for information.
What's your request?
So did you know that, as a
Point of
member-
order.
What's your
There is
point?
just like screaming and shouting over here. I can't hear.
Please. Calling you to order. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so did you know as a member of the ARPA ad hoc committee that we're at liberty to refer resolutions as we've done in the past? So I'll speak more about that on my time.
Okay. So, are you aware that I've been applying or asking the ad hoc committee, and I have talked to you guys about a resolution for $300,000 for the food market. So,
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did you know that, we were not on that category yet?
are you aware that we have approved a lot of resolutions and we wasn't in that category? But we approved them. So this resolution is for $300,000. Here we got a food market. Did this application go through the process?
Yes.
It did go through the process. What category is this money coming from?
Request for, so this comes out of youth job training and administration. They did have a recommendation for this, so I just want to correct administration about that. So I just want to be very, very clear.
Say that one more time.
I said, yeah, so this came through administration as well. And so, but this is coming out of youth training applications. What happened was that the ARPA ad hoc committee, we went through the resolutions because unfortunately, you know, when they are sitting out from administration, they have varying amounts. So when some entities apply for, like say, 100,000, administration might say, okay, give them 500,000. And then when some entities apply for 500,000, they may say give them 100,000. So this was one of the resolutions that the administration, so they did have input on this.
So if they had input, why wouldn't they have created the resolution and bring before council, since we was on this category versus the council doing it themselves?
Well,
as they have always brought resolutions that they was ready to be approved with signed agreements. Cause usually, they did, no, they ain't signed on this one. Oh, it's not signed from nobody. Oh, that's why Ed Taylor told me to, look at the resolution at the bottom, cause it's not signed.
So what? I'm sorry, speaking on your time. I'll you speak on my time. Proceed.
No, you okay.
Okay, and so we have forwarded through many other resolutions. So I'll give you one for example. MOT, administration or the ARPA ad hoc committee, they did not select. This is MOT. And so the ARPA ad hoc committee, we brought that resolution to council because there was no reason to deny them the money because we had the money there for blight.
So let me ask you this, even though y'all the ad hoc committee, is 9 of us, and if we got recommendations, what happens to our recommendations that we wanting to apply for, so the food market?
Request for information.
What's your request?
He does realize he requested for Good Church and it ended up on here. He does realize he was fully supported in that when he asked to have that come outside of his category, correct?
Hold on, do you realize that I did not recommend Good Church, the administration?
The administration.
recommend?
No. Okay. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
right.
Good
All
Church
right.
is.
All right, that's your time.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So again, that's why we try to do things category by category, so we can go through every organization to make sure every organization is looked at, so we can make sure that we take into consideration what administration is considering, as well as the community committee. And then, as stated quite often, council has the final say. One thing that the ARPA ad hoc committee has been very transparent about is saying that, letting you all know and giving you these printouts of a mail merge of all of the information pertaining to the application. And this is allowing every single colleague to take a look and to recommend any organization that they see fit. And from there, resolutions will be created based off of their recommendation, and then this body as a whole will vote them up or down. That opportunity has been on the table since the beginning and is still on the table now. So I don't want it to appear as if the ARPA ad hoc committee is making decisions for the entire city, for the entire body, because that's not true. We are just taking we are leading the initiative to make sure that this body has all the information that they need to make a viable decision. And then next, again, as we were talking about the resolution come from administration, like I named MOD. When I was talking about the MOD resolution, I was being real clear on the fact that council pushed for that, so that may have came without a signature as well. There are many others, but they were not brought up. The point is, we want to make sure that every single person, every single organization, not person, that they receive a look, their fair share. We want to make sure, and if there's any money left over, then we could, do whatever we have to with that money, whether it's allocate for special projects, award more to maybe to do whatever is at the pleasure of this body. And so I don't want it sounding like we're doing something beneath board or unethical, or we're leaving someone out, because that's what it sounds like, that's being insinuated, and that's not what we're doing at all. So again, for the record, every single council person is at liberty to make suggestions. We supply you with the information to do so. Now, if the colleagues refuse to go through the information, I really don't know what else to say, but for this, We selected, we were going through, and we're still identifying. It's not too late for you to place your request, for you to vet the organizations, to continue to do the great work in the city of Flint. So I encourage my colleagues to take a look. Councilwoman Priestley, she has drafted up others, such as in the food category. So when we get to the food category, we can take a look and we can see, okay, where can we can discuss the $300,000 in more extent. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to hold other organizations hostage, because that's what it sounds like we're doing, and it's very unfair to them. So I don't want to do that. So we have youth wellness applications. We know we have people looking at those. So colleagues, please take these, go home, take a look, make your recommendations, so we can, when we bring this category before the body, we all will be able to vote your selection. You can give your suggestion to the ARPA Ad Hoc Committee. We can vote it up or we can vote it down. We don't have to take the advice or the recommendations of administration. We don't have to take anybody's recommendations. We can do whatever we want to do, honestly. And so it's at the will of this body. When it comes down to mental health referral applications, we have those as well. When it comes down to Small Business Loan Improvement Fund, when we get to that, we'll discuss this further, because that also may be an option for a lot of businesses. We can discuss that further. And when it comes down to small business grant applications, we can discuss that then. But let's go ahead and not try to convolute the process and make it appear that we're doing something unethical. We encourage all colleagues to please review the categories so we can, and submit your recommendations so we can move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Worthy, sorry.
So this organization applied.
Yes.
Correct. They applied, and it's now our job to kind of see if that's what we want to do, give them the money that they applied for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I approve, because again, it is youth job training, and as much as we can allocate for that, I will allocate. I think the youth, it is important because it gives them work experience. Not only that, but keeps them busy, just like the last resolution stated. And when they're doing something positive, it influences their entire life from that day forward. And I really do hope that we pass this as a council. I don't see why we wouldn't. In this category, we're talking about youth job training and youth initiatives, and if they applied and they are responsible and a great nonprofit, then I think we should allocate the money for what it was intended for. So I'll be voting yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead. No, this is the first round. You've already talked.
Oh, I thought you said the second round.
No, we're still in the first round. Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and take my time. So in regards to this, I know that this is also time sensitive, like the youth job training that the administration is putting forward. It's for summer youth program. And it was approved by the committee for the full amount. So I'm in agreement with that. I also want to address the North Flint food market issue again. I actually addressed what they asked for when they came in front of us and said it was for deep cleaning. There is concern that ARPA cannot be used for deep cleaning of the store prior to their opening. That is not part of the ARPA guidelines. So that we will be getting more information. We don't know how they calculated the $300,000. We don't know how much it's going to cost per. These are all questions that came from Ernst and Young, not from me. I told him what they wanted, and these are the questions that he asked me that I was unable to answer. So there is some concern whether the North Flint Food Market, for the deep cleaning that they requested when they stood before us, if that is an eligible expense. So, and I just want to bring that up. So now we are on the second round.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I heard my colleague down there, and I don't know if she knew, I heard her say that I got you or whatever, because I don't know whether because I separated this resolution. I have a right as a council person, and I don't want people to take my position as the 3rd Ward City Council lightly, and I respect you guys and y'all leadership and the work that y'all do in the community. But if I have a question or some concerns about a resolution, as a councilman, I should have a right to express my thoughts without feeling that I need to, ooh, don't say nothing, don't ask questions about this resolution. I'm not against the water testing. I just got some, no disrespect to the ad hoc committee, but I think all of us should be looking at applications. I think when y'all, no.
I'm not saying anything.
My colleague, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, asked us to have a separate meeting. I think what we should do, we should have a separate meeting to look at applications, so we all can make recommendations, not 2 people, all of us. And those who don't show up, that's on them. But I think we all should be looking at applications and making our recommendations and not waiting on a recommendation to come before the ad hoc committee. Because if it was left up to me, my recommendation would be give $300,000 for the cherry pick resolutions that y'all done cherry picked and approve other resolutions for other categories, for other things, and y'all went in that category. Now you want to talk about categories. You can't have them both ways. If we only dealing with categories, don't come bringing no resolution on nothing else and the category ain't there. I would like to make a substitute motion to move this to special affairs and have the administration sign off on this particular resolution.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 240141 to special affairs and to have the administration sign off on the resolution. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm just concerned about the way the administration came up here about this resolution and how they hurried up and left and didn't want to stay here and ask questions. I just want to make sure we good on this resolution. So, long as they, yeah. Hold on. See, hold on. I hear my colleague down there talking again, and my colleague down there talking is just making me don't want to support this resolution, and it's almost like if I don't support it, I'm gonna get, she go whatever, and I don't
request
like.
for information.
Request?
Request for information.
What's your request?
When y'all are down there talking to each other, do I assume it has anything to do with you, or it's about you, or do I just let you talk?
I'm done. I'm just gonna abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I think sometimes it gets a little too personal when it should just be, do you like this resolution or not? Is it about this resolution or your love for the food market? Like, it's quite obvious it's been over and over the food market. And I've already stated I would never vote for that food market. So let's concentrate on the actual resolution and not our feelings or what we want personally, because this is about city business, not ourselves. Do you like this resolution, or do you not like it? Let's vote on the merit of the actual resolution. Given that, I believe that the administration pretty much ran away because they didn't craft the resolution, so they can't answer any of the questions. So they rightfully said, hey, someone from council brought this forward, so council discuss. That doesn't mean it's shady. Council brings stuff up all the time, including the member that has spoken against it. So I don't understand the emotion in it, to be honest. I think we need to just look at these issues as they come, vote on facts, figures, your opinion on the matter, but not, I don't get the whole bringing up grievances and other things. Just, do you like this resolution? If so, please vote yes so the youth have something to do this summer. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, just really quick. So I just want to comment on having the extra meetings. I will not. I will not have additional meetings because we had, when Madam Clerk Brown was here, she admitted, she said that we have the most meetings that she's ever seen in council. I'm not going to have an extra meeting. We have the information. We are sent the information. Go home, take a look at this information, and from your due diligence, you bring it to the ad hoc committee. We'll get your resolution drawn up as per usual, as we've been doing. We will bring it to the body, and then we'll vote. I don't understand where it appears that we need extra meetings to discuss. No, not at all. Because if that's the case, they were saying that with the rules. You have the information, take it home wherever you go, make your recommendations, and then bring it back. And so again, I'm not interested in having extra meetings because the upper ad hoc committee, when we take your recommendations, when we meet and when we look at the recommendations, when we come together, that is it. So please, let's make sure that we're doing our part. Let's not try to create extra meetings because clearly, let's not create extra meetings. So with that being said, I wholeheartedly agree with the councilman in the 9th Ward. Either we are with it or we are not. This is for youth job training. We are trying to pass this. We have to stop going tit for tat. We must, if we believe in it, go with it. If you think that this resolution is good, go with it. Otherwise, do not, and we can just move on. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240141 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I abstain.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That will be sent to Special Affairs. That's the end of the resolutions. We now have a 20-minute special order on the City Council budget hearing process. I requested this hearing, this discussion item, because last year I heard a lot of complaints about how we did the hearings, even though it had followed previous process as before in scheduling, et cetera. And so I want to hear from the body. We have our CFO has stayed here. He is also recommending that we concentrate during our hearing process on the policy and not necessarily on the finances, because the finances stay the same. They follow the process, the policy. So what is the body's pleasure? Is there any discussion on that, how they would like to do it? I would ideally see our hearings on alternate Mondays and Wednesdays like we did before. That's our scheduled council meeting days, and they would be held next month. And so if we don't have a council meeting, we would have a budget hearing. And we would have a day for makeup. So, any discussion on that? There will be a day scheduled for makeups or for callbacks on budget process. Does anyone have any feelings? Otherwise, Mr. Moore and I will get together later on this week and set that hearing process up. 'Cause I know the people who complained are not here, but do you have any feelings on the budget process? Well, no, that's inappropriate. Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close the special order out, and Mr. Moore, you and I will get together later on this week. Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Support.
It has been moved and properly seconded to, for adjournment. Roll call.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Committee next. Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 9:15. I think it just
Okay. Sure. I don't really care. Nah. I'm not doing anything now. I just thought we...
I will now call the Governmental Operations Committee to order. Roll call, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, I mean.
Mr. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing.
Present.
You have 6 members present.
And that, any requests for changes and or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, that now brings us to public speaking. Are there any public speakers?
How y'all doing again today? I would just like to say that,
Oh, can you just say who you are?
my name is Rich Jones. Once again, would just like to re-implement to y'all, especially when y'all get to looking at that budget, because before y'all spent a dime of the HARPA funds, I was asking y'all to stabilize the water fund. If y'all would have stabilized the water fund, those 25 jobs that's needed from the water department could have filled them. Those water rates that are now finna be rised up wouldn't be getting rose up. And you saying relief, missing funds or whatever, because the excuse that y'all using to fund all of these summer programs for the kids, the DDA, revenue recovery or whatever, don't y'all think the water department deserves some recovery during the pandemic, especially when people was told not to pay their water bills and people was told to stay at home? I really wish that y'all would have been writing resolutions instead of letting the administration write everything, of which I don't mind the administration voicing their opinion and reaching for projects. But I really wish the city council would have wrote some resolutions that help the people. Another resolution y'all could have wrote, y'all could have honored Ms. Claire's request to help people fix their roofs and stuff. It's a lot of things that y'all messed around with. The first time the grocery store came up here, they was at 600,000. They cut it to 300,000, and when it was 600,000, it was 110% pushback. But now we got a little bit of love for it, and it just seemed like we got some new people involved, which is increasing that love. But at the end of the day, that grocery store is needed. It was needed then, it is needed now. I just wish that y'all would put the people first. And as far as the summer jobs, yes, there is programs already to give kids jobs, but it's still kids that's left out, so can't really complain about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
Thank you. Yes, Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward Council candidate. I just want to refer back to the item number 240141, reallocation of ARPA dollars for this Great Lakes Aquatic Habitat Network, which appears to be related to the Mott Foundation. It also appears to be an opportunity to funnel $300,000 to the interim council person's Flint water lab. That money had previously been allocated or requested to be expended at the building out of which her organization operates. Either way, it's just another way for her to get some money, and of course she will get at least 10% of that $300,000 being the fiduciary agent for that. I believe that she should have indicated to the council and the public that this is her organization, she is associated with it, she would benefit by it. I think that what is done in the dark needs to come out to the light. And if this is not the case, please prove me wrong, please prove other concerned citizens wrong. This just isn't right. She should recuse herself. She should not have even voted for it to go to special affairs. Again, another instance of corruption in this city chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Okay, seeing no movement. Council response. Would anyone like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Mushat.
Yes, the inept candidate for the 7th Ward, Jan Marie Arbor, couldn't be any more wrong in being loud and wrong. Again, I said from the very beginning where I worked, always stated where I worked. The constant you taking opportunities to do everything rather than lead is really sick, and it's not lost on 7th Ward candidates. I mean, on 7th Ward voters. They are clear, they see you, it's not working, and the fact that you would dare come up here and tell a clear and blatant lie. Everybody in the city knows what I do because I don't hide it. So to act like someone didn't disclose, when you can go back and look on camera for the fact that where I work, it's told constantly, it's talked about constantly, because I am trying to be a source for good. See, when there was a problem with the water, I stepped up and stepped into a position that helps not only this city, but people around the country. And because you want to have a seat so bad, you would take an opportunity to spread lies and spread rumors against something that could hurt other people that are actually being helped. You see, people get help on what's in their water, they get access to resources. People around the country are benefiting. And so the fact that you would dare stand up here and lie also that you can have a seat shows the fact that you don't need the seat. It's really, really sad. And I think at your big age, you should realize that lying is easily proven. It's really sad. Again, it's on camera, and then you bring in my foundation into this, again, loud and wrong. Talking about I'm gonna get 10%, loud and wrong, but I guess it benefits you to lie. I have no reason to lie. I have no reason to not be transparent. I was transparent from the moment I got in this seat. But again, at your big age, your lack of real leadership continues to show. You have a nice evening. I hope you stay, because normally you only stay for drama and not for real business, so thank you.
Okay, any other council response? Any other council response? Hearing none, we are now at resolutions, the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
is there support? It's been moved by Ms. Priestley and supported by Mr. El Amin. Am I saying that right?
El Alamin.
El Alamin. Thank you. All right. Are there any separations?
Yes.
I think I hear Ms. Priestley and then Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I'd like to separate 230466.2.
Okay. 230466.2. Mr.
Adopting of the council rules revision.
Okay. And Mr. Murphy?
I would like to separate 240106 and 240144.
Okay, so everything, is appointments included in the consent agenda?
Yes, it's included.
Okay, so everything's separated except for the appointment?
Yes.
All right, any discussion?
No discussion on the consent.
Because of the, but there's an appointment.
No discussion.
Oh, but there's still no good discussion on, okay, thank you, it's been a while. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
And the vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240147 passes, and now we are on resolution 230466.2.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to, through you, to the city clerk.
Whoops. Yes, ma'am.
You received one amendment to that, to the rules, correct?
Well, from one person.
Correct.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Correct, and that is changing the time. I don't have the section in front of me. Could you read that off?
What I received on his behalf was Rule 28.4.
28.4.
And it looks like, I'm not sure what it said before, but it's for the time where it says for whatever, it's to add language or to change language for 5 minutes during the first round and 3 minutes during each second round. And then the other is Rule 29.4. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker.
Correct. Okay, and I'm going to support those changes as well. So I urge that my colleagues to support those changes, and if they have any others, to bring them out now, and let's send them to council and get it done. It's been 6 months. Thank you.
Did anyone else like to speak? Did anyone? I thought I had no? Anyone else?
I think I've spoken for Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Did you want to speak, Mr. Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think we discussed having, when we, to vote on each separate, just have discussion on the amendments. So, first, and then, sorry, I didn't make the motion to amend. So I'm gonna have to have one of my colleagues do that. But to make the amendments and then discuss them all together in 2 rounds if necessary, and then vote on them individually. That was what we discussed in council last week.
So for clarification, do we need to amend resolution 230466.2 to a 230466.3?
After we do the approval of amendments.
Okay. So are we on Rule 28.4?
I don't have the floor, ma'am. So we'll need to have one of our fellow council members make the amendment. I didn't make, I gave up the floor, I thought. Okay, so maybe I didn't give up the floor. So I would like to make a motion to amend the rules to change this, I think it was rule number 28.4. I don't have it in front of me. 28.4 for first round of discussion to 5 minutes, and the second round of discussion to 3 minutes, and then public speaking to change it from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. And that's rule 29 point, I can't tell on that, because I'm looking at the redacted one. 29.4.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Madam Clerk.
Okay. Nope, I take it back. Sorry.
So 28.4, and the next one was 20, I think it's just, oh, it's 29.4, because it looks like the line goes through the 4 as well as the 3 next to it. So amending rule 29.4 to back to 3 minutes per speaker rather than 2 minutes. And those are my 2 amendments that I have for these, and I so move.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing my amendments that I brought as if you brought the amendments, because they sound like they came from you. But it's all good. We all the same, we all in this together. But the reason why I wanted to change those, because I thought we went from public speaking to 5 minutes, so to take it from 5 minutes to 2 minutes was, and I heard, I'm thinking about Mr. Jones speaking, and when he spoke, he said it was down to 1 minute, but when I looked into it, it wasn't 1 minute, it was 2 minutes. We took away 1 minute, which brought it to 2, and we put it back to 3 minutes. Also, the change, the 5 minute, I thought, you know, keeping it to 5 minutes and bringing it to 3 minutes was better, because sometimes we use the 5 minutes to go and exhaust it, then turn around and do the 5 minutes again. I think we should be 5 minutes on the subject matter, then wrap up 3 minutes on that same subject matter. I wanted to look at public hearing, public speaking, and see how many minutes do the public have to speak on public
3 minutes.
speaking.
3 minutes.
I want to change that to 5 minutes. I'm trying to see where is that. I think 3 minutes is not a long time for public to speak on public public speaking. We it used to be unlimited for public hearings. Now, then I think we changed it to 10 minutes. Now we're taking it from 10 minutes to 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes to speak on, could be important matter. So if one of my colleagues could go to that, I don't see where it talks about public speaking. I mean, public hearings. Council members may not speak during public hearing, I see that.
Rule 29.6.
Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes. I would like to make an amendment to take that 3 minutes to 5 minutes to speak during public hearings.
I don't, Madam Clerk?
Oh, do I need to do it in a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we already have a motion on the floor,
No.
so,
Those were my colleagues' motions for her 2 amendments.
We can do it.
So
are you requesting a substitute motion? Madam Clerk, I think she
No.
wants to speak.
What we was going to do,
Wait, let her.
I'm sorry, if you put all the motion, or the amendments or proposed amendments on top of each other and then have one vote, I think you should vote on the motion that you made, vote that up or down, and then he needs to make his motion, vote that up or down. Otherwise, you're gonna have every amendment under one vote, if that makes sense. Like, you made that motion for these 2. You know, vote these 2 up or down, and then he should make his motion and vote his up or down. Otherwise, you're just gonna,
Okay.
you know.
Okay. So we're gonna vote on the amendment on the floor, and then you can make an amendment, if you so choose after. Would anyone else like to speak? First round? Do we have 2 rounds then? Second round, anyone like to speak? Hearing no one wanting to speak, we're gonna vote on the amendments that Ms. Priestley made. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
Vote is 3 yes, 3 no?
3 yes, 3 no, that motion fails. Any other discussion? This is now we're back to the original resolution. Okay? So, hearing none, are we voting on the original resolution, or did you want to make your amendment?
I thought we had to dispose of this. Oh, so this right here, we finna vote on the rules completely?
Completely, unless someone else has discussion to.
Well, I would like to make an amendment to make a motion to amend Rule 29.6. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to 5 minutes to speak during a public hearing.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend Rule 29.4 from 2 minutes per speaker to 5 minutes. Is there support? Is there support? Hearing no support, we are back to the original motion. I forgot who spoke in the first round. In the original, I believe it was Ms. Priestley and Mr. Murphy. Would anyone else like to speak in the first round? Second round, would anyone like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes. So here's what I see is happening now. Because I didn't vote on some things prior to this rule, now it looks like my colleagues now is attempting to play the tick for tat game to where we're going to limit public speaking from 2 to 3 minutes. 3 minutes ain't that long for the public to speak. We went from 5 minutes allowing the public to speak 5 minutes. Now we moved it down to 3 minutes. Now we're moving it to 2 minutes. Y'all is really muzzling this community when it comes down to allowing them the opportunity to speak. That's why I wanted to just add the extra 1 minute. I don't think there's no harm in bringing it to 1 minute, but I see what game is being played now. It's being the tit for tat. So now I have to play the tit for tat game. So because I didn't support one thing, now, and we're finna watch this play itself out. I'm done.
Would anyone else like to speak in the second round? Hearing no one, I will say that I am not playing any games. I literally do not think that we need to make 3 minutes turn to 5 minutes. We already have an hour or more of public speaking. And most, unfortunately, do not even choose to speak on the issues. They come for entertainment value. I would maybe change my mind if we had speakers coming who could not speak on the issues in the time allotted. But not once have I seen anyone not be able to speak on an issue that they felt was important. I've felt they've been interrupted insulting other council people or, performing for views and likes and for fun, but this is a council meeting. And until I see the majority of constituents coming up and, if this were the water crisis and they were, begging for action on certain items instead of coming for entertainment value or satisfaction of calling someone names, I absolutely do not see the need to add more minutes to an already very long public speaking. Plus, not only that, they get to speak at every committee meeting, or before every committee meeting, during special affairs and during council. So if they cannot get their point across, I feel like there is something wrong. And it's not the only way either. They can contact us personally by email. If we have any follow-up questions, we will ask them. That's what happens. But I don't play games. I don't base my vote on tit for tat. I don't base my vote on if I like someone or not. I've heard several council people say that, and it's wild to me that you would base a vote on someone else. Do you like this rule or not? And I don't like 5 minutes, so I'm not gonna vote for that. All right, I was done. So, we are now voting on the original resolution. Madam,
Madam Chair.
Chair,
wait, what?
I would like to speak for a minute, please.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't hear anyone.
Because I guess because we have a new motion, we have to do 2 rounds.
No, I did. I asked for a second round.
I didn't hear the second round. I didn't hear that.
This is the second round. And then Mr. Murphy spoke.
Madam Chair.
I think the city clerk has.
Madam Clerk?
Okay.
Technically, there's no motion on the floor right now.
Oh, there is no motion.
I thought the original motion was on the floor.
There's no
there's
original motion, you went right into amendments.
Oh, dear Lord.
Well, is there, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mashad.
Through you to the city clerk, if we wanted to revisit amendments that we just voted no, can we do that? Can we reconsider those amendments that we just voted no on? Or is that up to the chair?
You mean in this meeting right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't have to make a motion to do it or anything. I just want to say, like,
No, you make a
You have to
motion.
make a motion.
I make a motion that we reconsider Ms. Priestley's amendments, which I believe was 3 minutes for public speaking, 5 minutes first round for council, and 3 minutes second round for council. I make a motion that we reconsider that.
Support.
There's been a motion to reconsider Ms. Priestley's original motion, and it's been properly supported. Do we have discussion on that, Madam Clerk?
A motion to reconsider, yes.
Okay, discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
So can we do, and this is my same question before, can we support the same motion that we just voted down in the same?
This is a reconsideration.
Oh, okay.
How many, for clarity, Madam Clerk, how many votes will we need in order for this to pass?
2/3 of the members present.
So everyone?
Yes.
Does it have to be, again, how?
Of the members present.
Of the members present, but who can vote for the reconsideration? Or it just has to be someone you brought it up because you voted no. So we're good, okay. All right, Mr. Murphy, I'm sorry. It's your floor.
I'm done.
Anyone else? First round? Second round? Okay. This is a roll call for the reconsideration of Ms. Priestley's motion. Madam Chair, or Clerk?
I'm sorry. The motion should have been made by someone who voted in the affirmative.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I was wondering about that.
I make a motion that we amend Rule 28.4 to 5 minutes in the first round and 3 minutes in the second round, and Rule 29.4 to public speaking shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by Ms. Priestley and supported by Ms. Mushat. And then is there discussion? Second round, any discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. The vote for reconsideration passes. Madam Clerk, does that mean that resolution passes, or do we vote again?
There you You're going to vote on the actual proposed amendment.
Okay, so now we are going to vote on the actual amendment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That amendment passes. Is there a motion? We have to pass the rules. That was a motion to amend the specific rule. Is there any other motion to amend a rule or otherwise? Ms. Priestley?
I don't have any other amendments.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go.
Dr. Lewis?
So I would like to make a motion to pass resolution 230466.2, if that's in order.
I believe we have to change it to 430.
To point three.
Or 230.
Point 3.
Yeah.
All right, so did we change it to a point 3 yet?
Nope.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, I would like to make a resolution to amend resolution 230466.2 to 230466.3.
Any support?
Support.
Okay, it was support, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry. I think the way that the city attorney drafted this resolution, it reads so that you're just going to add your amendments that were proposed and offered and adopted. So you don't have to amend this one. We just have to add what you just voted on. It'll be included as a part of this. So you're voting on this actual point too.
Would you like to drop that motion or withdraw? Dr. Lewis?
Sure, I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second.
So now we just need to vote.
Wait, are we still taking amendments?
Are there any other amendments?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Where am I? I'd like to amend Rule 5.
No, make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to amend Rule 5.6, where it says, once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost so long as sufficient members are present in the city council chambers. I think that I think that part is fine. The second part where it says, if quorum is lost during a meeting, the chair should immediately recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes. I think that we should probably follow Robert's rules on the second half of that.
Okay, so specifically, do you want to change the wording and how?
If quorum is lost during a meeting, the chair shall immediately recess, that's fine, but then the time stamp for up to 15 minutes. I think given the history of things that have happened in this chamber, that people will stand outside that door for 15 minutes. So a meeting will end. And so I think that we need to follow Robert's rules where that is concerned.
I am not sure how we're going to do that.
Do you have that?
Yeah, I have my Robert's rules.
What does it say? I don't have, I only have it in Kindle.
I don't know if I can point of information myself, but I believe the wording was not that part. It was, once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost. So long as sufficient members are present. Was this already changed
No,
from the last time?
no.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is a new rule.
This is an addition.
Okay. So are we trying to say quorum is not lost? Or are we trying to say the meeting is not adjourned so long as sufficient members are present in council chambers? I think that is the amendment that needs to be made.
Okay. So, what are the words?
Okay, once a meeting has been convened, the meeting is not adjourned so long as sufficient members are present in the council chambers. I will refer to the attorney if he thinks that is acceptable wording.
But if I think it's fine with saying quorum is not lost, because if quorum is not
Quorum
lost.
is lost if there are not 5 people in their seats.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What is your point of information?
Rule 40, 40:7, and from Robert's rules says, even in the absence of a quorum, the assembly may fix the time to which to adjourn, recess, or take measures to obtain a quorum.
Okay.
I don't know what that.
Do we need
is.
this rule at all?
I think given,
Just a second.
because even in 40.8, it goes on to say a motion that absent members be contacted during a recess would represent a measure to obtain a quorum. So I think that we should make it clear that we can take measures to obtain a quorum and that the meeting should not automatically be adjourned.
Okay. Is there then a motion to amend this rule?
The city attorney's gonna have to help us with the wording. Can you help us?
Yes, I'm kind of reading through it and thinking through it.
Because it also goes on to say, because you know a lot of times we end up with things on a time crunch. So if you go to 40.9, right, or 40:9, whatever, it also says the prohibition against transaction of business in the absence of a quorum cannot be waived even by unanimous consent, and notice cannot be validly given. It does say if there is important business that should not be delayed until the next regular meeting, the assembly should fix the time for an adjournment meeting and then adjourn. If instead the members present take action informally in the absence of a quorum, they do so at their own risk, although the assembly can later ratify their action. It is under no obligation to do so. So this kind of says, if there's important business that should not be delayed until the next regular meeting, the assembly should fix the time for an adjourned meeting and then adjourn. So I don't know if we,
I believe Rule 5.6 would work with the change of the meeting is not adjourned, because it does not make sense with the loss of quorum. But we have had issues with council members mistakenly thinking a meeting is over if there is a lack of quorum.
40.12. When the chair has called a meeting to order after finding that a quorum is present, the continued presence of a quorum is presumed unless the chair or member notices that a quorum is no longer present. The chair, I can read it out loud. When the chair has called a meeting to order after finding that a quorum is present, the continued presence of a quorum is presumed unless the chair or member notices that a quorum is no longer present. If the chair notices the absence of a quorum, it is his duty to declare the fact, at least before taking any vote or stating the question on any new motion, which he can no longer do except in connection with the permissible proceedings related to the absence of a quorum as explained. Above, any member noticing the apparent absence of a quorum can make a point of order to the effect at any time, so long as he does not interrupt a person who is speaking. Debate on a question already pending can be allowed to continue at length after a quorum is no longer present. However, until a member raises the point, then it says, because of the difficulty likely to be encountered in determining exactly how long the meeting has been without a quorum in such cases, a point of order relating to the absence of a quorum is generally not permitted to affect prior action. But upon clear and convincing proof, such a point of order can be given effect retrospectively by ruling of the presiding officer, subject to appeal. So it's just basically saying, because you know how sometimes we'll be sitting here and someone is talking and they're finishing up a point, and then out of nowhere someone will go, oh, the meeting, they get up and leave, and then they'll go, oh, the meeting is over because of lack of quorum. What this is saying is that person is able to finish their point. That cannot interrupt their point, and their point is still valid. And then after that point, after that discussion is done being had, or that debate, then after that, the person can raise the point of order that there is no quorum. And from that moment on, if the body agrees that there's no quorum from that point forward. Because a lot of times, so say you're talking, you're doing a
No,
point.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how that affects this rule, because
Mhm.
Robert's rule stands, and this is just to add on to our own rules.
Mhm.
Specifically to those who say that the meeting is automatically adjourned when quorum is lost, and that is not the case according to Robert's rules.
It's not the case, correct.
So do we
Point
need
of
to add Rule 5.6?
Point of information.
Ms. Priestley?
I guess this is actually debate, so I don't know. Because Robert's rules says that it's up to the presiding officer to determine the quorum. I think that if a quorum is determined to be, I don't have too much of a problem with that second part of that rule, but also indicate that Robert's rules shall be followed in all cases where a quorum may be lost during a meeting outside of this, or words to that effect. Do you think, Mr. Cups, you can figure that one out? Or do we want the general idea and then have Mr. Kim write it out so that we can have it for the next meeting? That's my suggestion, that we want to make sure that that is codified in our rules, what Robert's rule says about the presiding officer determines if the quorum is not present, not a member, and that discussion, it's not immediately adjourned. That's the important thing that I think we want in this rule.
Right, and I think if the specific council rules don't speak to a situation, then Robert's rules, of course, automatically control. I think what I'm hearing is that the council, or at least certain members, want to make sure that with respect to this one rule, it's emphasized the exact point from Robert's rules. I think that language would probably be best drafted by Mr. Kim, because it's my understanding that he had some involvement with the revisions to these rules. So for consistency's sake, I think I would like Mr. Kim's drafting expertise to make sure that's consistent with the other changes that are being made.
So, Madam Clerk, can we then move this to special affairs with Rule 5.6 to be drafted by Mr. Kim? Would that be an appropriate motion?
I imagine that you could make that motion if that's what you wanted to do.
I didn't hear you. Could you speak up?
If that's your motion, that's your motion. It just, are we leaving it up to him to draft, or are we giving him specific language or something? But to special
No special
affairs,
affairs.
then that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Shall we move this to council with Rule 5.6 being changed with wording from Mr. Kim? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Mr. Murphy?
I'll make a motion to move this to special affairs.
Is there support to move this motion to special affairs? Hearing no support, is there any other motion?
So what are we trying to figure out with this?
We need to move this to council.
Right, but like, what's the problem with the
Rule
language?
5.6 needs to be reworded. My suggestion is to make a motion to send it to council with the wording changed to council directive to Mr. Kim. Someone from the Rules Committee.
You gotta make the motion, you can't just support it.
That's my suggestion.
You're saying we can,
Move this to council with the Rule 5.6 being changed by Mr. Kim with the correct wording. It has to go to special affairs to do that?
You know what? Wait, I'm sorry. I just as soon let it go.
Just take the rule away.
No.
Oh, keep the rule.
So the problem is
But
that
that doesn't make
15
sense.
that 15 minutes is going to be a problem. So my only issue is that up to 15 minutes, because again, Robert's rules gives a different different way of making sure that a meeting is not interrupted simply because someone doesn't like how a vote is gonna go.
All right, so, and I know this, we're not really following our rules on this discussion.
That we're discussing rules, Judy.
That's right. Rather than if quorum is lost during a meeting, the chair shall immediately recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes, and that when the chair notices that a quorum is lost, upon completion of the current discussion, where is it?
Yeah, it was saying you can't interrupt a discussion item. If somebody's talking, you can't interrupt them to scream out quorum is
Right,
broken. They
right.
have to be able to finish their
All
point.
right, so if quorum, are you writing this down, Mr. Cups, because we're gonna make this we need to have this written down.
Can't we just say
Okay,
follow
if
Robert's
quorum
rules at
is
that point?
lost, if the quorum is lost during the meeting, the chair shall.
Nope.
No, wait a minute. I had it in my head just a minute ago. Once the chair notices that a quorum is no longer present, the current discussion shall continue. And then recess for, no recess at all?
Or what about, what would the council think if that second sentence of proposed 5.6 says something like, if quorum is lost during a meeting, the chair shall recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes at the conclusion of the then current speaker?
Love you.
Thank you.
That's exactly right.
We shall vote on that. Are you making a motion? Oh, wait, hold on a minute.
My issue is still with the time, because I don't put it past anybody to just stand outside, because that's outside the chambers, to stand out there for 15 minutes and wait for a meeting to end.
That time limit was taken out.
Okay.
With your wording?
Yeah. That time
Is the
limit
first
no longer
sentence still there, though, or scratched?
I think the first sentence addresses issues that the council and the committees have had, where a question arises whether there's a quorum, if a member is in their seat versus talking with a member of the audience but still in the council chamber.
Or administration, or going to the restroom.
Correct.
Okay, so once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost as long as they're here in the
Correct.
chambers. Okay, I get that meaning now, our meaning. Okay, so is there a motion for the rule as the attorney stated?
Can you state the rule one more time so that we make sure we all have it, please?
And I'm going to make sure I have it right as well. So it's going to read in its entirety, Rule 5.6. Once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost so long as sufficient members are present in the council chambers, period. If quorum is lost during a meeting, the chair shall recess the meeting at the conclusion of the then current speaker, period.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that removes the word immediately, and it removes the language for up to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Are we making that motion to amend
To amend.
Rule 5.6?
To what he said, yes.
Okay. Support? Wait, who's making that motion?
I was making the motion, so me.
Ms. Mashat's making the motion. Is there
I'll
support?
support.
And Ms. Priestley has supported. Discussion. Discussion in the second round. No discussion. We are now voting on Rule 5.6, the amendment to. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. El-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no, that amendment passes. Are there any other amendments to the council rules?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to Rule 6.10,
Ms. Mushat.
where it says items may be placed on the agenda of any committee, agenda by request of any council member, the mayor, or the clerk. Special orders must be approved by the council president or the committee chair for a committee meeting. The clerk may reassign items to an appropriate committee at his or her discretion. I do want to change that first part, that items may be placed in any committee. I want to take out on the agenda, because what'll happen there is if we end up with several things on an agenda, and when some things that are more pressing than others, I don't think that it is a sound practice to have 50 things on there if 20 of them are more pressing, if that makes sense. Because sometimes we'll get these agendas and we don't necessarily get them on time, and so now we're sitting here and we've not properly read them, so I want to make sure that we have a balance. And another thing is, so that something doesn't get lost, I think we've also noticed in the past that sometimes stuff is supposed to move from another agenda and it doesn't necessarily move, and we're looking for it months down the line, like I thought we...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I think you went into discussion.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so I did. So I'm sorry.
I was just really concentrating. I didn't know what you wanted to change.
It may be placed in committee by request of council member, the mayor, or the clerk.
Huh?
So instead of any committee agenda, you just want to say it can be placed in committee?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You make that motion.
All right, so for Rule 6.10, items may be placed in any committee by request of council member, the mayor, or the clerk. Special orders must be approved by the council president or the committee chair for a committee meeting. The clerk may reassign items to an appropriate committee at his or her discretion.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion?
Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
So I'm looking at this Rule 6.10 that is written, and it actually, I think it's got agenda twice, which is redundant. And I think in your amendment, you have the same word, you have agenda in there twice as well.
No, I removed agenda. It may be placed in any committee by request of. So I removed both agendas.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
No, from
Yes,
Ms.
that's
Priestley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how I feel about that request. I can understand why Ms. Mashat would like that. I would rather just, I mean, there are times when we need 50 items. We're going to have a bunch of ARPA stuff coming through just to get it done, because we are getting on a time crunch, and I would hate to have it limited just because.
So with this, it doesn't necessarily give a limit, right? It doesn't
Right.
say more or less. So there's room, if that makes sense.
I'm not going to fight it. It's not worth it.
Anyone else? I'd like to ask Ms. Mushat. I really don't get the difference between in committee and on the agenda. Like, doesn't the committee person get to decide?
So, no, again, it's just a matter of just seeing how, like, some of the practices have happened in the past when, like, agendas are being prepared, and how we've often dropped things. And I think that'll also help the clerk be able to keep up better with, okay, it's in this committee, as opposed to, in the past, we've had stuff that was in a committee on an agenda, right? And then we'll think 2-3 weeks have gone by or a month has gone by, and we'll realize, well, why didn't this ever get brought back up, you know, on the agenda? Whereas if it's sitting in the committee, we'll be able to have a list of what is still sitting in committee, so that we know if, oh, that got missed, or never made it to the agenda, or never made it back to the agenda.
I thought we did that before. Madam Clerk, didn't we used to do that?
I just know it's not been done since I've been here.
Like, if it's dropped, or do you understand what she's trying to, for her amendment? And is it helpful or no?
Yeah, it's in the committee.
No, I mean, Madam, I'm talking, sorry.
I'm sorry.
My question is, Madam
sorry.
Clerk.
Yes, I believe I understand what her intention is.
And you think that it's intention with the rewording will be helpful. Like, it makes sense.
If I am understanding, for example, like I said, sometimes you'll have a motion that'll fail once and you'll move on. And some people assume it's still on that committee. Some people assume it's, you know, in the past, we used to just automatically move stuff to special affairs when it didn't go out of committee. So this way, it's just, you know, it's just opposed to having it fall on an agenda, it's just in that committee. So it would be
If it's
more
in
consistent.
that committee and doesn't go to special affairs, I'm just saying, like, during special affairs, can you move something from committee to special affairs, or how would that
But
work?
what has happened in the past is, like, and I know we have a couple items now that have just been sitting because they were stuck on an agenda and they didn't move again, whereas if you put it in the committee, we'll
No,
know.
I understand that.
Yeah.
My question's completely different.
Okay.
If it doesn't get moved and we wanted it to get moved, do we just move it in special affairs?
Point of information, you'd add
Yeah.
that to the agenda as an agenda change.
Nope.
No, it would be in that committee. If it failed to move out of that committee, it stays in that committee, correct?
I'm just saying, if we need it to be in the council meeting because it is a pressing issue, it's still in committee, how do we move it to council if we can at all?
There hasn't been a rule to really address this, so it's just been kind of, there's, sometimes things happen because there is no rule against it happening. So it just kind of goes with the flow. If I'm asked to move something, then I move it. If I'm not asked, then it will stay on that agenda. If it fails once, in the past, it used to be if it failed twice, it was considered dead. We'd take it off. So right now, it just depends. There is no real consistency there.
I see what you're saying.
So
'cause
I think this will add some
since I've been on
structure.
here, it's just been dead the first time, so that helps too. Cause I'm like,
well,
I guess that's the point, though, is to get some consistency.
it's the will of the body. I'm done. Anyone else have any discussion in the first round? Second round? Okay, this is Rule 6, amendment to Rule 6.1 to change it to items may be placed in any committee by request of any council member, and so on. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no, that amendment passes. Are there any other amendments to the council rules? Hearing none. Oh, yeah. Are there any other amendments? Okay. Hearing none, we need a motion now to pass Resolution 230466.2.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Lewis?
So move.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and supported. Madam Clerk?
You said a motion to pass.
I mean, move, I'm sorry.
Move to council?
Can I just change that without, or do we have to?
You meant move to council.
I meant to move to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That brings us to Resolution 240106.
I would like to move resolution Resolution 240106, mandate disclosure of conflict of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the City of Flint council members. I would like to keep that in government ops.
There's a motion to keep Resolution 240106 in government ops. Is there support?
Support.
It has been moved and supported. Discussion. First round.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Mushat.
I think you said yes first.
Wait, what?
I think you said yes first.
Oh, Mr. Murphy?
I just got some questions that this is, when I just was reading the resolution, I just think it need to be added some more department heads in here. That's it for me.
Any other discussion?
Yes,
Ms.
Madam
Mushat?
Chair. I think that it's curious that we keep going through people saying people don't want to be transparent, people don't want to disclose, and we're not being honest, and we're doing all this extra stuff. I don't understand why something that is going to make everyone be transparent keeps getting pushed off or keeps getting held back. Again, because I have nothing to hide, I have no reason to not be transparent, then mandating the disclosure of conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from receiving funds from the City of Flint or Flint City Council members. Like, I have no problem with saying yes to this, because I've disclosed anything I could have been in contact with from day one. And so for colleagues to keep pushing back on this or trying to say, oh, if they need to do it too, or they need to do it too, when it's like, one of the biggest things we've had a problem with since I've been on council is the fact that people keep feeling like council is not being transparent. And so if we have nothing to hide, I don't understand why we keep trying to set this back or keep not trying to pass this. I am in favor of passing this. There's nothing to hide, nothing to not be transparent about, nothing to not disclose. So if there isn't a problem, there isn't anything that you're hiding, anything that you're disclosing, I don't think we should keep using the excuse of, oh, they need to do it too, or they need to do it too, otherwise, why should I have to do it? You should have to do it and be okay with it because you have nothing to hide. So what's the problem with us having to disclose? I am in favor of us having to disclose. Just me, though. I'm done.
Any other discussion? This is being kept in committee as a motion. Are there 2 rounds of discussion? Just one? One. Okay, so roll call, Madam Clerk, to keep 240106 in committee.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy? Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 5 no.
How many yes?
0.
0 yes, 5 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
yes, I make a motion to send it to council.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion. Hearing no discussion.
I have no problem with restating what I just said. If we have nothing to hide, it shouldn't be contingent upon whether or not somebody else is disclosing, right? I believe everyone should disclose, whether it is council or administration. I have no problem with everyone disclosing, but our contingency for our honesty and our transparency for our residents should not be based on whether or not somebody else is included. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to send 240106 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Oh, you're back, sorry. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
5 yes, 1 no. That moves to council. And we are on the last resolution, 240144.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I'll make a motion to move 240144 to council.
There's been a motion to move to council. Is there support?
I support.
And supported by Mr. El Alamin. Discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
So this is the executive session that we went into. Without getting into detail about it, I have some unanswered questions about this whole ordeal that we are looking to consent on. I don't feel comfortable. It's a big ask for not knowing where we going to, how we going to make this happen financially. And I think we will be signing on to something that we won't be able to deliver on. It's just too many deliveries that they asking us for that I just don't think we are in position to agree to. I would like to see us agree to this, but if this been in place even prior to, if this agreement been in place for I'm not sure how many years, and we hear and the ask and the deliverables are to have all of these things in place, I just think we in a messed up situation when it comes down to the water crisis itself and what they asking us to do with no money to support it. And I just don't see how we get there. And to move forward with this, we damned if we do, we damned if we don't. And thank you first for taking us into this executive session. I thought it was important, and I said it before I went into executive session, that it was important that I go into here because I learned a lot. And had I not went into the executive session, there was just a lot of moving parts. And so I appreciate what you guys have been doing behind closed doors to try to get us where we need to with this order. And regardless of whatever the naysayers say, it's just so important for us, and thank all my colleagues who went into this executive session, because it's just not easy listening to what we have to hear and see the bigger picture of what we has been going through. But I wanted to separate this because I did want to talk briefly about it, but I don't want to get into details or anything to jeopardize this. But we got some serious issues facing us financially when it comes down to agreeing to consent orders and the different lawsuits mandating the city to follow through on a lot of these different initiatives, and how we get there is the question. So I'm really concerned about that. Not saying I'm not gonna support this, I just have some concerns. And if we requesting information, because we undecided what to vote on, I think the administration should do what they can to give it to us. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
you know, I understand Mr. Murphy's concerns, and it's not that I don't share them. It's that I'm more concerned about what happens if we don't. So I am going to vote to support this. And there are always funding opportunities coming up. We've found money, we've been given money, so I'm not, and this agreement has been amended. So I'm not as concerned, I think, as to how we're going to fund it, because we'll have opportunities to, if necessary, kick it down the road a little bit farther. But in the meantime, we can find the money. We can go to our congressmen, get money from the Congress, from the federal government. We can go to our state legislatures and get money. So I'm not as concerned. I'm more concerned about what happens if we don't pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Discussion in the second round? Hearing none. Roll call to send 240144 to council. Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Lewis, 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That moves to
Motion to
council.
adjourn.
Support for adjournment. Someone support the adjournment. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. This Governmental Ops Committee is now adjourned.
Go for it. Your committee.
I would like to call this legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I know.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
6 members present. Is there any public speaking? Any public speaking? Going once, going twice. Public speaking is closed. Anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Support.
Send it to council, excuse me.
Support.
There's a motion been made and supported to approve the consent agenda. Any separations?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to separate 240146.
Resolution 240146 has been separated. Any more separations? Any more separations? I would like to separate 240145. Yeah. All right, so it seems everything been separated. Let's move on, ordinance.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to move to council 240145.
There's been a motion made to move 240145 to council. Any support?
Support.
There's been moved and supported by Councilwoman, Mashat. Any discussion? Any discussion?
You separated it.
I didn't separate
I separated it.
Okay.
But I'm still the chair, so I gotta be the last to speak. Any discussion? Seeing none, I would like to make my comments on this. This resolution is for the parks and to change the hours where no persons or person shall enter or remain in any public park or ground from dusk until dawn as determined by the National Weather Service. Right now, our parks are open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'm not sure why that needed to be changed from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So could someone speak? Emily, can you speak on this?
Absolutely, thank you, Council. So our hours currently are 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. This would change them to be dawn to dusk. So it's saying that the parks, that first sentence is saying that the parks are going to be closed from dusk to dawn. And the reason for this is just because of the variable hours. So right now, even though it gets dark at 5 p.m. in the winter, legally anybody can stay in the parks until 10 p.m. And similarly, they could be in the parks at 6 a.m. or 6:01, even though it doesn't become daylight in the winter until, let's say, 8. And best practice when it comes to park management is that you try not to have people in the parks during when it is dark, because that does lead frequently to more vandalism or crime. And so this is best practice. We are wanting to have dusk till dawn, or we want it to be closed from dusk till dawn, whether that is in the summer or the winter, but we don't want to have to necessarily have that be something that changes. So ordinance we want to amend the language to say that we are officially open dawn to dusk, whatever 365 days of the year that looks like.
So what was concerning me is, I know at Dewey Park, we got a mini pitch basketball, soccer field that we got, I guess you guys, and thank you, working on the electrical work to be put in there. What that mini pitch basketball court is to give them 24-hour play in that particular court. I hear the sentiment. 10 p.m. seemed like a decent time, and I know sometimes at Dewey Park they just be up there. I don't want to hinder this or nothing, but for the mini pitch basketball court that we got at Dewey Park, once they put the lights on that area, it's designed to allow people to play in that particular space 24 hours. I doubt, I'm not sure, because it's a different, and I don't know if you ever seen it. Have you been up to Dewey Park to look at the mini pitch?
I have, and right behind Sylvester Broom, absolutely.
So I'm excited to see the electrical work going in so that we can see how that look. But I'm not sure what it might attract neither, so we haven't did a study to see a pilot project on that to see what that will do.
So if you read further down in the paragraph, it does mention that for those facilities designed for specific activities illuminated by special lighting equipment, the hours during which person or persons shall be prohibited from being on the premises shall begin when the illumination ceases and continue until dawn. So if the illumination never ceases, then I guess I'm not aware of what the lighting hours will be at Dewey. That's an excellent question. But there is language in this to allow for, so for example, one of my favorite childhood memories is going to see my uncle play up at Whaley Park, softball, and those lights were on until 10:30 at night, and so I'm aware that there are some parks for which we'll have lights on for evening events, but then the lights get turned off. So I guess that's a question about Dewey Park operations, but so long as the lights are on, it can remain open per this language.
All right, I'm good.
So,
I'm done.
Hopefully that helps.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? This is to move Ordinance 240145 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamy?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
All right. The next, separation is, huh? Oh, 6 yes, 0 no. Thank you. The next, separation is ordinance 240146, amendment ordinance chapter 50 zoning, section 50-15 zoning map. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move 240146 to council.
There's a, motion to move 240146 to council. Is there a second?
Support.
There's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through you to Emily. Emily, can you please just explain to us what we're looking at and why it's important, please, and thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman. This is it's a housing project on Fifth Avenue between Mason and Garland, well, technically the Mexican restaurant just west of Garland. 16 units, land bank properties, they're all owned by the land bank. This is actually a development being pushed and sponsored, developed by the land bank itself. 16 units, duplexes and triplexes. The rezoning has to happen because there are 2 parcels currently designated MR3 that we need to rezone to MR2. We need all of the parcels to be the same zoning so they can do a parcel combination, because that is part of the process. The building inspectors cannot approve a building permit with buildings going across parcel lines. So this rezoning just rezones 2 parcels for this housing development. This is in line with the kind of development we want to see. It will be a mixed income development. This was a brownfield plan that this body did approve. Along with that, I just wanted to comment that there already has been a public hearing for this, actually by Planning Commission last September. So I did want to mention that that body approved, they held a public hearing and approved and recommended this rezoning.
So that a project can be completed correctly, we need these 2 things rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Going once, going twice in the first round. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Going once, going twice. Any other discussion? Well, before I conclude, thank you so much for getting this done. I know Michael Freeman and them would love to see this moving forward. Thank you so much for all y'all hard work.
And we did talk about the idea that the public hearing, so this is the first reading because it is an ordinance, correct, City Clerk? So anyway, okay, if they move it, got it. So yeah, we did communicate that with the Genesee County Land Bank that we are hopeful for this to be moving along so they could actually start construction at the end of May. That is,
Okay.
and that is just so you know the timeline. We are very excited about this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, roll call, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This ordinance has been passed. I'll make a motion, or I'll ask for a motion for adjournment.
Point of order. Point of order. The motion has been moved to council. It's been moved to council.
Yeah. This is a motion to move ordinance 240146 to council. 6 yes, 0 no. Thank you. Can I get a
Motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion and second to adjourn. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
All right, this meeting is adjourned. Who this go to?
Nobody, we're done.
Pick it up.
Oh, okay. Yep. What you think about the Flint Housing Commission situation?